5 seconds remaining.
Alright, and with that, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first of two series today here at the European Pro League season number 39, as there is still the TI preparation chaos going, and I have not had the chance to make much headway on that Ringmaster Train event just yet. So this weekend I'm gonna let DOTA and Base Defender take care of you guys and, you know, catch up a little bit, play a couple of the heroes that I need for my cards, and hope that that will treat me well at least. Chat, I hope life is treating you well today as well. Hope everybody is having a good time, had a good week thus far, and I really hope this game's gonna be exciting to both. We got PuckChamp opening the draft with a puck, and I make this joke every time I see them play, as I have not casted PuckChamp for a while, but they do have a Krollgash Hyuga Gothic strat this time around. So it's not the old familiar PuckChamp that some of you may remember and miss. But it's still a very interesting game in the making here, if you ask me. At least from the picks that we see come out so far. XSF I don't like too much in general, like both of those heroes fall off and I hate heroes who fall off, but I do think there's a decent bit of synergy, especially paired with that Lion, because you have a Lion who can with a good Earth Spike set up those multi-hero Requiems, set up those multi-hero calls, so they do have some setup to enable this difficult combo.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
As the Wind Ranger, a decent fourth pick for PuckChamp, though I'm afraid it's gonna be one Wind Ranger. Well, one Wind Ranger is really good against SF, is pretty decent against Lion. It's the Axe that he's already gonna struggle against. And Amiga now have two more picks to come up with an answer, but Blade Mail into the Wind Ranger is always gonna hurt like hell. Which makes no sense, because if you shoot a Blade Mail, how the hell are you gonna get hurt? But anyways, apparently Wind Ranger, like, if she shoots somebody, it will be like, ow, ow, oof, ouch. And she just kind of kills herself. Never a pretty sight, but yeah. First best of 3 of the day, and Amiga are definitely gonna respond well to this Wind Ranger, so that's something that PuckChamp gotta respect, gotta be ready for. Void Spirit, not that big of a surprise, which, yeah, he has an amazing matchup. It's looking like a really good Void Spirit game, that much is for sure, but you kind of gotta expect that when you 4th pick reveal your Wind Ranger. All of the truly broken heroes this patch have already been banned: Nature's Prophet, Dawnbreaker, Cass, Lone Druid, Snapfire, Drow. Oh, and I have a little kitten who wants to bother me. Dad, you need to work. So now I want attention. Right now. You're at work, which means it's kitten attention time. Not the 20 minutes while I wait for the game. No, 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 no.
5 seconds remaining.
And well, while my little co-caster is being annoying about it, Lycan gets banned out as well as the Disruptor.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
As the last pick looks to be coming out here.
Dire team back. Radiant team pick.
Underlord banned, and the end. Underlord I would have loved, because Underlord would have been the perfect finisher to make this the ultimate anti-Wind Ranger and anti-Puck strat, right? Pit of Malice is perfect against the Puck because it makes it so much harder to pull the Blink Glimpse away.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
An Amiga though, last pick.
Dire team pick.
Admiral Kunkka.
As it's gonna be an Admiral Kunkka.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't like Kunkka, I don't hate Kunkka. You're gonna have to set up real good cleaves on the Wind Ranger, and getting those cleave hits with the Tidebringer is not gonna be so elemental, cause there's only one melee hero on the side of PogChamp, and everybody else is gonna do their best to just kind of kite around Covas9, so he needs really good X-Torrent setups, and a lot of them, because once there's BKBs, once there's answers, well, there's already one answer potentially available at level 1 even, in the form of the Nightmare. It's going to be very difficult for Covas9 to make those kills. Then again, a large reason why they pick him here is that the ship and the rum are both really good for the teamfight strat that Amiga are going for. And Amiga opting for the full 5-man is going to be how they're going to go to victory. So, while I do think PogChamp have a slightly better draft, again, I don't like this Wind Ranger carry. So if this game goes late enough, and that sounds weird, but late game the Shadow Fiend will win. Yeah, I know, SF winning a late game matchup is really rare and unusual, but because of Wind Ranger being hard countered by Vision and the MKB, two things that are mandatory for a team like this in late game, and Young G, a really good gem carrier, a really good person to jump in on the Wind Ranger and dust her if she goes for that Invis build. I don't know, I think that Wind Ranger's genuinely just not gonna scale into the late game well enough, but on the other hand, Puck can kind of make up for it, right? If you're a Puck, if you get that Aghanim Shard, Dragonlance, that kind of stuff set up for yourself, you can suddenly deliver huge amounts of damage, really start becoming that second right-click hard carry, and that's kind of what they're lacking here. Not because of the player, right? I'm never meaning stuff like this as criticism of the player, because F, which is such an appropriate name, and he's 15 years old and looking for a team apparently, well, with this 15-year-old Wind Ranger, I mean, it doesn't matter who's playing her, it matters more the matchup. Well, of course it matters who's playing her, because if you feed X at like a 2-0, 3-0, then he's just gonna steamroll you even harder than he already was. But we're gonna see about that, ladies and gentlemen. For now, we're loaded in, are getting the show on the road, and the 4-man smoke coming out. As there's a smoke up from the side of Namiga. Of course, PogChamp respond in turn, but PogChamp are sneaking up right behind them. However, the person positioned to potentially get first blood here is the X, so at the very least Namiga do have a tanky person in this dangerous spot. Now, will that make the difference between a first blood or no first blood? We're gonna see as Fishman dangerously low. Nope, they are gonna finish him off. It will at least result in a return kill, as it did take awfully long to finish off that Axe. Axe, though, definitely a good first blood, and exactly what PogChamp were looking for here.
The battle begins.
As we're gonna see the brawl for the runes. Double stun on the Slardar, taking a lot of damage, immediate return stunning Young G. Puck still man fighting it up, but does not do that much damage early on with the right clicks. Yeah, even if it's just 20 magical damage, I still really love the Puck phase shift. X kills off the courier of Kralgash there. Well, on top. Ooh, Hyuga. That was a mistake. He literally saved Lions' life with that nightmare. But he's like, sorry, Wind Ranger, let me make it up for you here. I got a blood grenade. Now, whether that blood grenade is gonna be enough, I'm not sure. But a power shot will reveal Lion, and they will finish the job. Not the cleanest play, but they do get the job done eventually for PogChamp. Kunkka tries with the torrent. managed to at least get the 2 off of him.
Dire's
Keep
top
himself
tower is under
himself
attack.
safe that way. Well, over on bottom lane, Fishman X support, I'm not even that surprised by. I genuinely don't think that's bad, because now you put Cobus 9 on the Kunkka and allow Kunkka at least a really safe lane. So you'd rather sacrifice the Axe, who already has a bad game against the Puck and the Bane, rather than the Kunkka, who may actually do something about them with his catch combos and ship and what have you. Though Fishman, I wonder how his X support is, because X support, it's truly a good way to test the skill level of position 5. And while some brawling and shoving is going on the bottom lane, everything is looking stable still. And now that everybody's aware just how dangerous the laning stage is, it has kind of slowed down. But again, the win rate also favors Nemiga. So the win rate agrees with me that Nemiga just have the ever so slightly better draft. And I mean ever so slightly. It's like 52-48 in a vacuum, right? But an ever so slightly better draft can make all the difference in the world. On bottom lane, SF already looking like an absolute beast, top of last hits, one of the highest XP heroes, especially in the side lanes, though he's even sharing most of his XP with Fishman, so X hasn't even sacrificed that much solo XP towards his carry. And on top we're gonna see some more action. And I know I'm not looking over that much to the mid lane, but before Void Spirit level 6, well, he has a decent matchup against the Puck, and is outlasting the Puck by a ton. That's really all that's gonna happen. So, Everlasting Haru, he's gonna be a ton of money behind. You can already see a 2k gold lead for an Amiga at just 4 minutes. But level 6 for the Void Spirit is gonna guaranteed equalize the mid lane. So one of these 3 lanes is gonna be alright. It's the other 2 lanes that PugChamp gotta worry about big time now, and gotta get under control. Because, again, X is a skill check. It's literally asking the question, how good of a +5 are you? Because in Dota 2, the same saying this patch applies as used to apply in Dota 1. 2 things. First of all, if you understand Dota and you know how to play every hero on like 12k MMR or above, you can level 1 jungle every hero somewhat efficiently. I'm not saying you should, but let's say you magically start a game off and there's a bug that both your tier 1 and tier 2 explode at 0 minutes, right? Then you can just take any hero to the level 1 jungle, and rule number 2 of like the OG Dota 1 meta used to be you can play anything as a +5 as long as you understand what that hero has to contribute in order to be a +5. Meanwhile, Everlasting Haru was not ready for Lion to be there this early. I missed that kill, so I'll admit I wasn't ready for Ariel to just free up his lane this much and go away either. Because Cobus 9, he's supposed to have a very dangerous lane. But thanks to some good D wards and no creep camp being available here after the pull, Lion freed himself up for a rotation, got a kill on the Puck, and now we're gonna see the main support rotations, where Hyuga will take a double damage rune. Fishman also comes over to mid lane, so again, he does understand really well what this X5 is supposed to contribute to the team, because ganks are definitely part of it. Void Spirit, though, gone on with a ton of burst damage and a beautiful Nightmare setup. There is a Taser, but the Taser can keep everybody safe, it looks like it. PugChamp, though, no chance of killing this Void Spirit anymore, because Infused Raindrop is off cooldown again, so even though he just has 250 health, you can throw like 400 nuke damage at him and he'll live. So everybody's gonna back themselves off. Once again, Nemiga, the slight winners of this engagement, and they're pulling ahead further and further.
is under
Though, now that Whitespirit guaranteed, like I promised you, stabilizing his lane with the level 6. An SF kill is what PugChamp would really want in order to shut down Amiga here. And Amiga, meanwhile, are just going to opt for this Wisdom, however. Axe gets a beautiful call on the slaughter. SF starts swiping away, but there is gonna be the Wisdom taken over. Shadow Fiend trying to keep himself alive, does not manage to snipe Slardar. Self-hate in a bit of a predicament, but he's so close to getting so many kills here. The Shackle Shot, however, connects him to a tree, and Self-hate, his last heal, second to last heal actually. Fairy Fire almost off cooldown, but he doesn't press it in time. Amazing! 1 versus 4 by Self-hate, but eventually it is going to become too much pressure for him and he will be overwhelmed. Switching over to the net worth, you can see that that was the top of net worth hero dying. Both of the cores on Amiga are having an amazing time, but at the very least with that, F, the talented 15-year-old who's apparently looking for a team according to his tag, is doing real well for himself. Also, my cat is yelling at me for no discernible reason. Meow. Well, yell right back at you. Little annoying black co-caster. I wish I had the kitty cam. One of these days we're gonna get a production crew active again. And then we're gonna have the kitty camera and I can bully you all. With my little cat being cute and saying meow. Cause she's bullying me.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But Dad, I need an attention. I need one whole attention. Not a half one. Not a 3/4 one. Whitespirit with the Invis Ruse still hunting for something though. And hasn't found anything yet. But a second attempt from Everlasting Haru will get him in a decent spot on the mid lane thanks to that call. But it's not a decent spot for the Axe, who's gonna go down first. Everlasting Haru comes in, gets a beautiful chain catch on the puck with the lion, and boom. Boom goes the puck. Yes, my little kitten, he does. Little fairy dragon just got nuked. SF with that one death is gonna take things a little bit slower, can't just dominate the lane anymore now that he knows that they're totally willing to bring in 4 people if it just means a single carry kill. But he has some stacks waiting for him, so he's immediately gonna not just recover his souls but also his net worth to remain top of net worth, while Young G is going to just slam through that mid tier 1 tower. And this game is starting to look like a little bit of a stump because there's 500 gold advantage for an Amiga every single minute being generated right now, when they don't have a Doom or any other artificial money printer like that. And it's literally just winning all 3 of the lanes. Well, again, 2 of the lanes they're supposed to win, but Young G, he needs to make up for having had a really slow, really horrible mid lane against the puck. And stealing some of the stack would definitely be a good start to do so. Young G moves in.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Turkeys.
Middle tower is under attack.
Stunned up in a bit of danger. Axe, meanwhile, makes everybody hungry for battle. Haha. As Whitespirit tries to get a jump on to Gothic. Gothic wants to jump back, but a nice lion interrupt. And with that, Amiga are gonna clean house once again, getting both of the supports for nothing, except most of their big spells. In exchange for a Dream Coil, though, I don't think they mind too much, but in exchange for Self-hate over on the bottom lane, who got power shotted from long range by F, the 15-year-old legend of a Wind Ranger here. So Wind Ranger as like the one hero having a game together with the puck still, but Everlasting Haru, he's been suffering a decent bit. And so is my little kitten, because I need my hand to do the camera and can't just pet her the whole time, so then I hear meow meow meow. Which thankfully my mic doesn't pick up unless I hold it close to her mouth. Or at some point you guys may hear some insistent cat noise as well. There's a big team fight or whatever going on. well, at this point, there's not even gonna be any team fight. There's just gonna be execution after execution. Lion getting himself the first finger stack, and more importantly, Young G on the Void Spirit, still one of the biggest playmakers, looking to make more happen. Because on the Void, unlike Earth, another one of his main heroes, Young G can really bide his time, keep scaling into the mid lane thanks to that intrinsic edge, which actually gives you a huge edge if you go into the late game with an all attributes build. And given that this is definitely an Urn and later on a Spirit Vessel game, those extra attributes are gonna help Void Spirit a lot. Axe, however, gets nicely set up. So the techie setups with the puck damage are one of the few things that still works. So do keep in mind it's only the supports gone from the Mega, but at least that's both of them being popped, while Young G goes in, immediately regrets that decision and has to pop himself out again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Void Spirit still farms up, while Lion gets himself that Blink Dagger at this rate.
Radiant are scanning.
Slardar perfectly saved with a Nightmare. Krollgash, that Nightmare turns into a dream because it saves him from a ship and then he wakes up. Lion manages to D-ward and get rid of some Techie's mines. Tranquils would actually be really good on Lion here, just so you can D-mine and then regen back up again. But over on bottom lane, they will find themselves a massive kill once more. And Amiga, the Wind Ranger, the one person who is still having an okay game now that Everlasting Haru is getting more and more shut down on his puck. Also popped like a balloon, though so is Ariel over on the mid lane, which is just a support, but at least the support kill is going to once again help keep one of these two cores in the game, because Wind Ranger and Puck are taking turns kind of trying to do their thing. Meanwhile, Krollgash going surprisingly hard on the Slardar, but meh. Slardar, given that he can't afford to go into that greedy wannabe hard carry build on the Slardar, I don't think it's the way to really carry this game, even if he is having a good game.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bane, caught, blown up once, blown up twice, and Finger to finish the job. Lion gets blown up. And out comes ship, out comes the torrent with the blade. I think that's gonna be fine. Progress is gonna be fine. And bam! Amiga 2 for 1, but they do get a return kill. Managed to scare everybody off over on bottom lane. I was about to say SF needs to be careful, but he doesn't get a good angle for the Fiend script, so he'll back off for now. Bane ultimate is there, however, and with that level 6, Hyuga can definitely make some kills look awfully easy. SF makes sure to push out the bottom lane. As for the Wind Ranger, Mjolnir coming in. Slaughter at least got his Blink Dagger, so Krollgash, well, he can't go for a wannabe carry build. At the very least, the items that are must-have, the kind of defensive items like BKB, Aghanim's Shard, everything that keeps Krollgash in the fights, he can pick up at a pretty decent timing.
Fills me with nothingness.
Bane jumped as finally Nemiga feel like doing something once more. They've been fine just taking their time because once again SF has an amazing matchup going into the late game against the Wind Ranger. But while Bane died, the support axe is gonna get popped for that. Puck did not need to use the Dream Coil. Nemiga over on top decide to maneuver themselves into the bottom lane where SF tries to catch Krollgash, but Krollgash immediately blinks, keeps himself alive that way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As F starts shoving out the bottom lane like a maniac.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
As we're going to see a 4-man smoke up, try and catch the SF. SF jumped on, blown up and killed off by Everlasting Haru. Ariel gets blown up, but out comes a nice catch onto the Bane. Bane will die for that, probably still nowhere near as valuable as a Shadow Fiend though. Oh, I'm a little cat, I scratch you now because I don't get attention. Cat, shut up. I'm gonna yeet you out of the window if you don't behave. Void Spirit. Halfway, a little over halfway towards the second Scepter, so that timing is gonna be okay. Well, F over on the Wind Ranger is being pursued, but manages to get out of there this time around. The kills are even. Like, that's the worst part. Both the gold and the win rate still extremely favorable for an Amiga. It is going down a little bit because at the very least, like, Puck is doing okay for himself with these bunch of support kills. Krollgash still alright. Alright, it's really just the Wind Ranger who's really far behind. But realizing that F is pivoting into a BKB here, so making sure that there's a lot more fight now and a lot more tempo around the 21 to 25 minute mark rather than later in the game, which I definitely approve of in a way. Lion gets the jump, gets the burst on the Slardar. Krollgash still being pursued, tries to keep himself safe, and one more strike from the Void Spirit is going to make that kill happen.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Bane similarly blown up. I think this game is gonna end before 30 minutes, maybe even before 25 at this rate. Because while the push isn't that big yet, SF is having the time of his life. He's completely snowballing over everyone. And with that Hurricane Pike almost done, Butterfly is gonna make him truly unkillable.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Slardar saving for his BKB. Wind Ranger got hers. Puck. Wonder what he's gonna go in for next. He's got the Witchblade and the Blink Dagger though, so the standard damage slash chase build in terms of what he needs is there. A Roche is being attempted by the side of Nemiga, who have a lot of damage for Roshan. Although it is pretty consistent damage, they will need to watch out. Because they did still stop pushing all 3 lanes very suddenly, making it kind of obvious. And there's the smoke to try and punish it. From the side of PugChamp. Are they gonna be there in time? Roshan dangerously low, but a power shot gives vision. The Roche is still gonna fall to the SF though, and he will even manage to pick up the Aegis. Taggies jump a little bit too late, but at least in time to kill off the Axe. Wind Ranger saved by a mine and a nice Nightmare once again. SF will have to run into the mine to try and chase for more, but getting F here would be huge. One more right click is gonna do it. The Taggies disarm keeps him from getting a right click in, but a Sunder will do just fine. Hyuga meanwhile dying on the other side, as he did the typical Bane thing of Nightmare people and tried to keep your tank in the fight. Slardar still fighting, still dealing lots of damage, but again Krolgash. This game just feels not so great to be a Slardar, and when I saw that Slardar pick I did have my doubts. At the very least they do get self-hates Aegis, so maybe potentially if SF gets greedy and messes up pushing this tier 3, there is a chance for a comeback. But that's really the only comeback chance I see, and that already hinges on a massive mistake from Nemiga to be made here. While Nemiga are playing really clean Dota, making it look extremely easy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kunkka. Nice drag out of position with the Nightmare. Everybody just waiting for the right time to hit him, but he did get his Blade Mail up, thanks to his team giving him some good backup. So Kovis9 not only fine, but sets up SF to kill off the Slardar, and Slardar more valuable than the Axe still. Makes sure that Nemiga's advantage grows. PugChamp, they get return kills, yeah, but those return kills are almost always supports. And
Dire's top tower.
the 3 times that Selfhate has died have kept him down a little bit, but they do not keep him from pushing while Hyuga making space, but space for a late game where your Wind Ranger still doesn't carry isn't gonna cut it. The final tier 2 about to be down. And then we're gonna see how Nemiga are gonna approach that high ground, because this draft it may have a good high ground push, but PugChamp also have really good high ground defense with the Dream Coil, with the Focus Fire, and of course the techies who can start setting up his minefields in the base right now. Make sure that pushing high ground is gonna be super dangerous. So he's gonna start doing that. Let's see how the next push is gonna look. Wait, they're not gonna push. Vicespirit is just gonna catch and solo kill the Puck with the double Astral Step while he was split pushing instead. PugChamp, oh no, their Wind Ranger will immediately be jumped next. Techies threatens a blast off, so at least Wind Ranger lives because everybody had to kind of spread out and not get blast off there. But the creeps are underway. Selfhate is pushing like an absolute beast. I love this build actually. I do love not building Mask of Madness, because I'm not a big fan of the SF. I hate playing SF and then my team doesn't end and he falls off. But the order of items and making sure that Selfhate just skips the Morbid because he knows this game is gonna go well until the like 30-minute mark for him anyways, is really smart, because it'll help him end a little bit earlier and make those next few team fights once he picks up that Aghanims look so much more in his favor than they actually were before. SF tries to blow up the Puck, but Puck, he just phase shifted that, and with that phase shift, Shadow Friend is definitely not gonna be pleased. And yes, chat, he's called Shadow Friend. It's also a Dota 1 thing, because he's a big friendly guy that wants to give everybody a hug. Because Requiem, it kind of looks a little bit less like a hug in Dota 2, but it used to look a lot more like a hug. And you do want to do it from people's melee range, right, while standing right in their hitbox. So the joke is SF is a friend, as F stands for Shadow Friend. He wants to give everybody a hug. Kunkka, meanwhile, wanted to give everybody a ship. At least gave his team some rum, but without that ship hitting, the next push is gonna be a little bit difficult. Young G, though, has a shield rune, so he makes sure to go and cancel Bane's ultimate. Get Young G to live a little bit longer, but eventually blow him up as well. Nope, never mind. Never mind, says Young G. How tanky is this man? So, he has the Aghanims. That was 2 Resonant Pulses plus a shield rune worth of shield. Was that all there, or was there like a Pavis or something applied to him as well? Because that was a ridiculous amount of damage that White Spirit took, and his health pool wasn't even touched. So 3 Resonant Pulses. He did dodge a lot of damage with the Disseminate, I get that. But no Pavis or whatever. Huh. I guess PugChamp, they're really just struggling with dealing with these tankier heroes, while Everlasting Haru, very low health, but does get away. Young G, however, looks like an absolutely unstoppable force. And 2 minutes, we're gonna see when the next Roshan respawns, if that even is a necessity for Nemiga. Because, well, Nemiga, yeah, they are still looking shaky in a few of these fights where they don't get 100% clean of an initiation. With how much vision they have after that last push, smoke would be a really safe setup now, because the enemy doesn't have that much vision to scout you out, to know that you're missing from the lanes, right? You de-warded their jungle, not just yours.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board, says Kunkka while he does a little dance. And then tries to get the grab on Takis, will not succeed in doing so. Lion put to sleep. Well, Bane wants to teleport out and manages to pull that off. Very nice clean TP away from Bane. But other than that, chat, we are chilling. At least until over on the bottom lane, White Spirit jumped, this time around with an Orchid, but there's that double shield again. Do you see how long he does not take damage? Shackle Shot is finally gonna finish him, as Everlasting Haru makes his getaway just before Axe comes in to give him more trouble. Nicely played by PugChamp once again, and SF. Self-hate, my man. You're not building for the late... Okay, he is building for the late game with the next 2 items. That's fine. Because I was about to say, he's not building for the late game that much. He may need to end this soon, but he opts for a Satanic. He opts for an MKB, recognizing, hey, PugChamp's high ground defense is actually absolutely terrifying, and I just need to work on my scaling. Same for Cobus 9. I don't like the Shiva's guard that much. Because, yeah, I know the extra AoE makes ships and makes the Kunkka combo real easy to hit. But this game, you don't just need to hit your combo, you actually need to do enough damage. Taki gets a 2-man jump though, and a beautiful setup allows for Bane to go for an ultimate. Kunkka though immediately kills off the Taki regardless, and they're just too tanky once again. Puck tried to go for the follow-up, but got stunned for half of that fight, while Self-Hate, being pursued by him, is going to get hit real hard by the Witchbait. Gets the BKB, turns around, if only he had the Satanic for the lifesteal already. But nope, out come the Ghost Ships, but the Ghost Ships are not gonna save anyone with the rum. Lion comes in, wants to punish Puck, does not succeed in doing so, and that is gonna be a full-blown team wipe for the side of PugChamp. Young G. Wait, did Young G die? Fight recap, please don't bug on me. I think he died, right? I think he died, like, technically before that fight started. Because fight recap is lying a little bit, but the fight started with, like, a 2-4-1 in favor of Nemiga, where Young G died somewhere in this area. I can't draw on the map anymore, otherwise I would draw it out on the map, but somewhere here Young G got caught.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
PogChamp giving the Miga a run for their money after all are gonna start pushing out this bottom tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Let's see what the win rate says after that disastrous fight. Look at that. That's a drop from like 80% or 79% win rate to 55, 56. So the Miga are still favored to win this, but Dota is telling them another fight like this and they're actually gonna be significantly behind. An assessment that I do not disagree with from the Gaben graph for a change. Because as a caster, let's just say Gaben, Graf and I, we do have our disagreements. But a 5-man smoke for an Amiga is once again gonna come out. This time around, unlike what I called that they needed to smoke, a decent bit of vision has been de-warded, but they still have this entire stripe of wards. So they know that there's nobody there and can somewhat accurately try to go in on the top lane. Lion though, caught with an immediate silence from the Puck. Puck, Dream Coil out on the White Spirit. White Spirit, he should have broken the Dream Coil if they're still gonna go on him. Now they're not gonna go on him, wouldn't have mattered either way then. Good call from Young G, though a kind of risky one. Roshan up and ready for the taking.
Your admiral is on board.
Dire are scanning.
Techies gets annihilated by Self-Hate.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
With just the Techies dead, everybody needs to reposition from the Miga trying to reset. And a finger to start things off will get the Slardar somewhat low health as he's hexed up. Left out of position, the Nightmare is gonna have to save him, but Nightmare plus BKB are a good enough save for anyone, especially a super tanky Slardar like that. Hyuga killed off by Self-Hate. Nicely done.
Back so soon?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh. Risky Roche as walking away. X got a call, but can they keep him near the Roche? But for long enough. One more hit. Yes, barely. And Amiga, they cut it close, but at the cost of almost all of their resources, will get the eggs after all. Lion is gonna have to go back and regen as well, but 2x marks the spot, and that road is still gonna be a real worthwhile one, because technically it's fast now, instead of, you know, being a fast road and then a slow process of walking back to base or waiting till you're regened up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle
Bane,
tower
not
is under
caught.
attack.
Hyuga makes a clean escape. Good getaway for him. The tier 3 tower though, he can't get away, and with that Roche's banner drop, Puck has his work cut out for him, because SF,
Dire's top
he just needs a few creeps to feel safe in delivering his damage, and that's gonna be the range tracks taken care of.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Slardar jumps in with the BKB. Aeon, this is immediately gone towards his plans. Puck, with BKB of his own, tries to go onto the SF, but SF holding his own. Everybody's gonna retreat, make sure that Nemiga get a fresh set of wards up and get SF a regen rune. 3 more minutes on the Aegis, but they do need to keep this aggression up for those 3 minutes, at least.
Radiant are scanning.
SF.
Dire structures are falling.
Working on the melee racks.
Step lively.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And the triangle will be claimed by Nemiga.
Under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Is on board.
Dire are scanning.
A nice switch of pace from PogChamp. They're split pushing and defending lanes. Even the Wind Ranger's contributing. Making sure bottom stays pushed in while also farming up where people would least expect her. Nemiga, a little over a minute left on that Aegis, but this Aegis has not gotten them done as much work as they were hoping for. I of course don't give a crap who wins, I just want a game number 3 and really close back-to-back games. But this game lasting over 30 minutes is already nice, as we're approaching the 40-minute mark. Though that means Wind Ranger's gonna have a really scary late game experience soon. At least Puck is doing a real good job keeping up, has the Octarine, has the Parasma, and wants to go into the Shiva's Guard. With of course Blink and interestingly enough an Aeon Disc to keep him from dying too quickly to the nuke damage or SF ultimates or whatever.
Double damage.
SF demined a lot with his Illus there, pushes down the top melee racks finally, but oh, self-aid. I mean, he has got like 20 seconds on the Aegis, so while dying there would have really screwed him over. If he's fine, then he's gonna be full health in no time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Items get given around, and the Elu rune is gonna be dedicated to this SF. He's immediately gonna start using it to split push out lanes, while his team is gonna go for a smoke. Very clean decision from Nemiga. The call comes and they immediately group up, killing off Hyuga instantly, giving Lion what his 6th finger already? Darn. Because I know the new finger is a lot more stack based, but 150 damage, that's actually really decent. Puck, saved by the Aeon Disc once again. Follow up from his F, not on time, mistimed by 0.2, 0.3 seconds. But Puck has to use the Dream Coil just to keep the Void Spirit in check. Will manage to get out of there for now, but Lion comes in to follow him and is going to perish to a beautiful blast from the Techies. Gothic did die for that though, but rather Techies dying than the Puck. That was the actual goal for Nemiga, because if they get the Puck down, pushing high ground is gonna be so easy, because the moment you see Wind Range you can actually jump and kill her. Puck you're not so lucky with. He has health, gets away, resets the fight and does it all again.
Dire are scanning.
As Weisberg gets caught and his entire health pool taken away. Holy crap, the damage. Wind Ranger revealing that she upgraded to a full-blown Daedalus, and a Nullifier makes sure Weisberg can't really keep himself safe from harm. Fishman on the X does not have a lot of armor stacks for being a support, but he's still being kept alive by the Lion. Lion, mind up, almost killed Gothic, but Gothic full healed up and able to chase for more. Nemiga, they got their cores out of there. They make sure that at least their core heroes are gonna farm up now. SSF will get himself a very nicely timed Aghanim's Shard.
Money changes hands.
Slardar jumps X once again, knowing how low his armor is. In comes Tekis with a mass amount of mines after a beautiful blast of once again. Gothic, he's pissed and he is getting those kills. Nemiga, they may still have a money advantage, but unless they can kill Puck somehow, this game is gonna get harder and harder. Self-Hate manages to get out of there. Does have amazing late game with the MKB, with the Satanic, still able to get an Aghanim set for even more right-click damage. But right-click damage isn't an issue. It's that SF does not want to build catch, and without anyone else building catch, when Viceprit is dead, they just can't do anything against the Puck. Mid tier 2 is gonna get wailed through by the Wind Ranger, but Young G is back, and everybody is gonna have to retreat because, of course, he offers the catch. He enables all of that burst to come out in a very short time. Slardar.
Radiant are scattered.
Manages to get away.
Radiant's top tower.
As Kunga gets a beautiful setup going on to the Slardar. That is not the target they want to focus though, and immediately get punished for it by a beautiful Fiend Script on the White Spirit. White Spirit almost dead. A follow-up stun makes sure he is obliterated in exchange for F though. You see what I mean about Wind Ranger just not scaling well into the late game here, because she melts way faster than the Void Spirit, but the cleanup is still good for PugChamp, all thanks to this Pug. Everlasting Haru honoring this team by literally carrying them, just with Puck's late game potential compensating for the Wind Ranger starting to fall off. I wonder how long he can keep this going, but I'm really impressed that Haru is getting so much momentum in right now, and that this Roshan could potentially be the next big objective, though the timing is a little bit unfortunate because he is still gonna need like 20 more seconds to walk into that bottom pit where Lion is gonna be back. It's gonna be contestable.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Gold lead back down to 0, and there's still top tier 1 and tier 2 towers to be taken for PugChamp. Nemiga, they better not panic here, because suddenly the series is actually starting to look rough. And I think the Gaben Graph is gonna agree with me, but 55%. So Nemiga is still slightly favored to win, just because SF is always gonna make it a 4v5 the moment that he spots the Wind Ranger by obliterating her to start the fight off with. Slardar almost killed off by the SF, but it's Axe who's now ticking low, gets jumped with a beautiful follow-up from the Slardar. Krollgash marks SF for death. We'll make sure to scout him out. Puck goes in with an orb, has been hexed up, has been silenced up. There is that Aeon is saving him once again, but immediately a follow-up hex, immediately follow-up Tauren, and then Amiga are gonna back themselves off as they do not have more lockdown for the Puck. And Puck, he is gonna be the one pursuing, he is gonna be the one driving them even lower health, as now the pit gone for with the focus fire, with the armor reduction and the Daedalus. Look at how fast Roche falls. Uh-oh, PogChamp, they got what they came for in Amiga. They need to make this fight really clean. A good SF ultimate to start things off with. Once again, focusing the tank is not a great idea, but Slardar, with his stunts, he now needs to die. They get Haru low, they get Techi's dead, but lose Axe for that unclean initiation. Self-hate runs out thanks to a Void Spirit Remnant. 1 for 2 to start the fight off with though, and PogChamp still going. As long as Everlasting Haru doesn't die, PogChamp are the one winning this. Because look at the straight buzz of a Pug coming in again, creating chaos, but Windranger dies the first time. 2 SF extremely fast. SF though, with the Fiend Script, finally dies for 100 seconds. And PogChamp, they smell this. This is their chance to end this game. For the first time, they are favored both to win this game and in terms of gold lead. 60-40 even, so it's not just a 51-49 or whatever anymore. Because F, well, he is having such a rough game. Puck once again survives the entire team fight while being focused down. Is gonna upgrade his Blink Dagger into an overwhelming Blink to become even tankier. Can still eat that Aghanim Scepter. I did not agree when he built a Shiva's Guard, but I can kind of see what Puck is going for. And, well, Everlasting Haru, just 200 right-click damage isn't a ton. Aghanim Scepter is still gonna help for those scenarios where F does actually die when being gone on by SF.
Has been killed.
The top wave will be cut very easily. Because these tier 1 and tier 2s are so good for snowballing that gold lead. Look at how fast it dies. And that is around 500 gold being generated instantly by PogChamp. PogChamp, they try to set up the high ground, but scout out that there is in fact a Kunkka nearby. Windranger does not want to go anymore. As that's gonna be the top tier 2 tower getting destroyed, and the base set up for a push. The first lane of Rex may have gone to Namiga. But Namiga, they just don't have enough answers for the puck. I think they would have actually had enough answers for the puck if Cobus 9 and Axe had swapped roles, because Axe can jump the puck, but he just dies so quickly that he can't even get the full call duration of keeping the puck locked down in there every team fight.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Dire are scanning.
With a 4-man smoke, Namiga would love to set up more.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on
Radiant's
board.
top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Because if this isn't the comeback fight, then this may be GG. As Windranger, once again the one being gone, and that is the big and juicy target. Start fights off with to take all of that damage away, but instead SF needs to press the Satanic super early, still being stun locked up with the Slaughter Bashes, but thanks to the Satanic will lift, try to turn the fight around, but his ultimate is interrupted by the Bane with the Aghanim's reveal. SF locked down for the full duration of the Fiend Script, stunned up by the Blaster, stunned up by the Slardar, has a buyback, but may have to immediately use it here as Axe will get killed off. Lion at least got a return kill for that, but Windranger will buy back without hesitation, because PogChamp, they know this is their chance. I'm going to switch over to buyback status for y'all, as PogChamp walk up, push with the Windranger. And go a knocking on high ground's door, where the tier 3 tower is absolutely going to melt away Kunkka with the Shiva's Guard, trying to zone people away, but not really getting that much work done.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
pop, says the puck, as Shadow Fiend 20 seconds till he's back. But more importantly, 3 minutes till Roshan is back. So I don't think it's going to be a 60-minute game unless there's a really disastrous situation where neither team can go for a clean road contest. Still a great first game to start off the day with. It's actually really close. At Amiga, while they looked so stumpy the moment that they lose momentum, are forced to back and forth this again.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Radiant are scanning.
As we are going to see Slardar dragged out of position. And Krolgash with the Dream Coil. That's going to be Young G killed off with Hyuga. And Takis gets the return jump on the SF, but will be killed off that. For that, with Selfhate pressing the Satanic at a beautiful timing. Void Spirit has to buy back, but Wind Ranger has Satanic of her own, is trying to keep SF from winning this team fight. Axe with a call saves SF's ass. Axe will die for that, but he dies gladly because Selfhate got a double kill, still healing up, making himself even harder to kill, and Puck falls for it! Puck, oh no! Puck champ, they were looking so dominant making that comeback, but Selfhate, no. Aegis means that Adrenaline and a Satanic are keeping him alive once again with 30 HP full heal. He went from 30 HP to full as Gothic tried to die just to get Selfhate, knowing that big carry kill would be worth it because it would have saved his team these 2 buybacks. Now the buybacks are there, and Amiga, they can push once more. The outpost gets taken over, so if they do have to buy back SF or Lion, the 2 people that still have a buyback, they can yeet themselves in, but that sacrificial play from Fishman may have just saved Nemiga the game. Holy crap. If they win this, then Axe position 5 is gonna be my MVP, as Lion is gonna take out. Puck finally got the Aghanim, this is immediately gonna reveal it. Void Spirit dieback for 2 minutes. Selfhate, he needs to clean this up, will get the Bane, is gonna be happy with that, but it's not gonna be enough for having lost this Void Spirit for so long. If they could get the Puck, it would be huge. The Hex is there, the catch is there, and Shivas for good measure. GG's. Nemiga, they just won the game. It looked scary the moment that Void Spirit died, and it could have gone completely the other way around. But the moment that SF lives 3 times in a row on like under 100 HP, and then turns it around after his Void dies, they don't even care for Raxus anymore. No, they are here to end, and end they will, because the final tier 4 for the Dyers already crumbled. Now? Slardar, they could kill him so easily, but they don't want to. They just want this game to be over, because Nemiga, they did never expect this comeback to be this, to get this big from the side of PugChamp. And Kunkka, look at that torrent just to keep SF hitting the Ancient with the BKB 55 minutes into the game. It's rare to see a game where SF comfortably goes to the late game, but this is the one. Nemiga Gaming, they get the victory after taking all of their time, making sure to take the fight as carefully as they can. And it was still close. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I am gonna like check the gold grass real quick just to show you guys how big the comeback was here. Because look at that roller coaster. Look at that roller coaster. Win rate kind of lied to us, but again, it was like 60-40, 70-30. That's the most that PugChamp could wrangle after that horrendous start, because even from minute 1 till minute 10, it was a really rough laning stage. But despite the rough laning stage, PugChamp gave us a good game, so game number 2 will hopefully be just as close and just as back and forth as, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna head to a little bit of a break, get the game number 2 going for you, as we do have 2 best of 3 series today. Sadly no third one, but we're gonna have a long day soon-ish again. See you all later after the break as the next lobby is up. Hope you enjoyed the show and more amazing Dota 2 action coming up here at the European Pro League for all of you. Thanks so much for watching. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, hello and welcome back to the European Pro League season number 39, as we're over halfway through the playoffs now officially. We got ourselves a Viper picked up by the side of Nemiga, as Nemiga, I like what they're going for. Bane, Clockwork, Viper. Then again, their drafting was insane in game number 1 too, and despite that really insane draft, they had a bit of a rough back and forth still.
Dire team pick.
Keeper of the light.
As PugChamp picks up the Keeper of the Light for themselves.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't like the Keeper. I actually really like the opening of Techies plus Treant Protector for all of that little bit of a setup.
Radiant team pick.
Luna, okay, so this draft's actually going somewhere with the Keeper. I still don't like the Keeper, but the synergy between the Will-O-Wisp and the Luna ultimate is really good. PugChamp, I do hope they have the understanding that this needs to be a Luna Aghanims build, because I know the Luna Aghanims, it feels bad to build. You don't want to like go for an Aghanim Scepter when all of the good late game items still scale extremely good into the late game.
Dire team back. Radiant team back. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Terror Blade
remaining.
banned out as well as the Lycan. Cast taken out as well. So a lot of the good options as far as agility glass cannons go are being removed. And I do think that shows Nemiga have a good understanding of how PugChamp want to play the games and which carries they like and dislike. Because they're actively drafting around that really well. With the Largo. I do still think Nemiga have the slightly better draft, but game number 1 was also a slightly better Nemiga draft. So I'm feeling like Nemiga just have better drafters or better like communication during the draft, right? Where everybody can kind of be like, hey man, I want to play this because of that, and the draft will immediately know, okay, so if I pick this, then that player is gonna do this with their hero, and I can play around that like that and that.
Back. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
PL banned out.
Dire team.
Nemiga. And up with the Spectre instead. I would have preferred PL. Because Spectre has a rather limited amount of illusions, so as long as Luna can get bounces, it should still be doable for PugChamp to kind of control Spectre and all for illusions. But the last pick needs to be good, because Keeper of the Light, while he can work as a mid laner, and even though I don't like the hero, we have seen a lot of players that can successfully make him work, pull it off.
Select your heroes.
he's gonna have a real hard game, and Krolgash will be picked on the Beastmaster for the last pick. So they have a Roar, they have the Creep Army. The push is gonna be nice because tower hitting isn't really PogChamp's strong suit other than the Luna. But a lot more importantly, they have somebody to protect Everlasting Haru, make sure they can blow up the Keeper. As we're ready to load on in. Namiga, I don't know, their drafting is just so much better. Even though this time around, I gotta say, I love the last pick from PogChamp. Like, at least the last pick was such a decisive, such a good read, where they immediately know, okay, this is the game plan for Namiga, so we're gonna play around by picking a defensive Beastmaster and hope that that's gonna serve as that bodyguard, tank all of that aggression that's gonna come in and overwhelm us. And there is the load-in, ladies and gentlemen. I hope it's gonna be another game as good as the previous one, though of course you can never guarantee that here in Tier 3 Dota, where everything can happen. Because we almost saw a comeback the game before already, right?
The worst.
As everybody's waiting, we're gonna have a 4-man smoke and a 5-man smoke.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Vision-wise, both teams are going with a really defensive setup this game, so I do think the laning stage is going to be a lot more quiet and a lot more slow-paced than the last one.
The battle begins.
And the runes 2 for 2 as expected. No action, because neither of these teams has a lot of chances of securing a first, but neither of these teams is really good fighting at level 1, so they gotta respect that. And yeah, you can see just how little the harass does. There's not too much burst combos, because well, Bane threatens a lot of burst, Spectre doesn't, and over on top lane it's the opposite. The scary thing is the Treant plus Luna, like setting up on one target and getting stun, leech seed stun in, but for that you need level 3. So top is gonna have the highest kill potential as far as the side lanes goes, and only starting from level 3. As for mid lane, Keeper of the Light is gonna have a rough lane against the Vibe, but at least he makes sure to harass Young G extremely well. Everlasting Haru. His lane is gonna get rougher and rougher. He is pretty hard counted here, but last game he also lost his laning stage and still managed to do fine. I wonder if the same is gonna apply here or not.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Zero, zero thus far though. And Spectre. Going for the Radiance build, already having that queued up. I definitely approve of that, because again, this game, it's largely about the tempo, but the push and the lane control from PugChamp is still really scary, especially if Krolgash is going to pop off eventually. Because right now, both of the carries are farming okay. Viper is winning the lane against Keeper of the Light really hard, but that's just kind of how that matchup goes. Hence, why the Viper was picked up. And yeah, as long as they don't see Ariel, this huge kill potential on top that Luna and Treant offer isn't really going to matter too much, because Battery Assault is too scary, and he doesn't even have it. He's just going full Power Cox and Rocket Flare build for now. I wonder if it's going to be a level 3, like 1 value point into the Battery Assault, at least, or if he's saving it till level 4. Because at level 4 you almost certainly have to get it, right? More fighting for lane control.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is
Cove is 9, taking low health as well, but
Radiant are scanning.
Largo, he's such a slow hero, he feels like a non-factor in the laning stage. I do think he managed to call the SS in time, because Keeper of the Light, even though he can't do anything in the lane and he's losing his heart, he is suffering so incredibly much.
Fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Vayne gets killed off by Gothic as well.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Treant almost dead, but nope. Nope, Luna out of mana, does have the stick. 1 second, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Techies cannot get a jump angle. Hyuga will have to live up to it with the Leech Seed coming in, trying to enable this first, but Largo, well, he does nothing in the lane. He is kind of beefy and very hard to kill to compensate for it. Fishman will kill off Hyuga, and that is going to make up for it, evening out the kills. But Largo, also really, really low health, needs to get out of there. If it's just a 1-for-1 though, thus far. First blood went to PugChamp, counter kill for Nemiga, the win rate thus far already slightly favoring Nemiga, but mostly because Nemiga, their Spectre isn't dying yet. And once Spectre dies, I think the win rate is gonna either be 50-50 or maybe even favoring PugChamp this early on. Because again, PugChamp do have the stronger laning stage, and they're finally at the point where Spectre can be bullied in the lane, where Beastmaster can actually send the boars at the Spectre, throw a bunch of X's without accidentally feeding her, right? Because even with the X's you can feed the enemy. And by that I mean, oh, you throw a bunch of X's, all the creeps are now low health, Spectre denies the entire creep wave and has perfect lane equilibrium to free farm. But as long as neither of these carries are free farming, Spectre not dying is good. But it doesn't guarantee a late game victory either, it just gives them a slight advantage going into the mid game here, as Techies wanted to blast off somebody, but they're not waiting on the Wisdom just yet. Clockwork comes in fighting for the Wisdom, wants to kill off the Luna, but Luna has a Keeper of the Light there to heal her up, while Cass needs to get out of there and be very careful. Ariel died, but to a neutral creep, so at least he managed to deny himself, as Keeper of the Light cannot say he got that lucky, but at least he did get a Bane out of that, so a support for Keeper of the Light and another support forced to deny himself could be a lot worse. Luna was trying to set up a real tricky ultimate there, which would have been amazing, but nobody comes close enough to be killed off in such a fashion as Largo gets a catchy lick on the Luna, drags Luna out of position. Gothic, though, holding his own, needs to run away carefully and keep himself in the fight. Bane gets disarmed, does not get the Nightmare set up as a flare instead scouts them out. Treant has not been seen, but in Amiga they do need to be careful. I think after last game they take their opponents a lot more seriously. They respect PogChamp a lot more because PogChamp almost beat their asses last game. Techies.
Finders, keepers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid. Tier 2 is going to get destroyed slowly. And switching over to the network, let's see how Spectre and Luna stand. Because Spectre, really poor, but for Selfhate that's okay. He's rushing the Radiance, so he is playing the slowest possible Spectre here. Buying his own, well, getting his own Observer Ward, making sure he can just have as much farm as he safely can, and secure a couple of kills or assists with that ultimate, as Spectre is gonna haunt over F on the Luna. Played a really good game number 1, but this game number 2, Luna is gonna suffer for having made that early kill. Spectre now finally got an assist, is gonna yoink a couple of creeps, and that will help significantly accelerate that Sacred Relic timing for the Spectre.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Many hands make light work.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid. Tier 1 gets set up on PogChamp. At least they're making good use of the Beastmaster now that he's got his Helm of the Dominator.
Radiant's structures are
Trying to rush that into the Helm of the Overlord, get as much tempo as is humanly possible in their favor. Clockwork, getting some good cock harassing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Spectre. 30 seconds till ultimate. Only the first 1,000 towards that Radiance. The thing is though, F, one of the fastest farmers in the game, is currently also not super high in net worth.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Alright. 2k gold lead for the Luna thanks to her increased farming speed. Young G also starts hitting the jungle, but he's doing so in a rather precarious position because in comes a Keeper of the Light, in comes that creep, and so much burst damage with the Illuminate, ticking out to that already upgraded Spirit Vessel. PogChamp, they do mostly play for the early game right now, and their momentum is gonna fall behind more and more, but right now they are playing so incredibly decisive and aggressive that it is a really beautiful performance from them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Largo sets up catchy lick onto F on the Luna.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
As Viper
Dire's top
looking
tower is
for
under
a
attack.
Mage Slayer to try and do a little bit more damage. F on the Luna. Could get set up on by Fishman. Fishman. Absolutely obliterated. Luna gets a beautiful ultimate off. Will not be cliffed thanks to Keeper of the Light being there to save F, but he is still locked in the second, the second awkward cliff. Not as deadly though, so at the very least, Young G now has to run for his life, but Viper needing to be careful. Viper goes down.
Top tower is under attack.
As Fishman gets jumped on by the tech, he's a nice illuminate, and boom, down he goes on the Bane. Beastmaster, together with a dragon to back him up, is going to start wailing on that middle tier 2 tower now. The gold lead is escalating. The win rate is saying 70-30, which I kind of agree with, because if the Spectre comes online, if that Radiance factor is there, if the Haunts are good, then we may see a chance for Nemiga to just win every single team fight by just taking it when there's a Spectre ultimate and playing very defensively against this aggressive Luna otherwise. Because Luna is gonna snowball. F already second in net worth, slowly climbing up as things are gonna get worse and worse, but Beastmaster, his tempo too will fall off. Keeper trying to teleport out. Fiendscript, however, will latch onto him. Ariel tries to set up on the Keeper of the Light. Bane, meanwhile, gets blown out, and nothing that a Brain Sap can fix left to do for him. Clockwork, though, a beautiful hook shot out, but so much damage is flying after him, and Beastmaster immediately comes in from the other side, and as Clockwork sees the Axis, he literally just stands still. He sees Beastmaster throw the Axis, and he's like, nah, I'm dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I
under
wonder whether it's all gonna be worth it, cause Self-Hate, he is crawling so slowly up in that worth, whereas Krollgash and F,
Radiant's top
just
tower
free
is
farming.
under
They
attack.
can go wherever they want, get as many lasses as they could potentially need. And just kind of thrown over this map right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Young G. About to be caught with an Illuminate. There's a Beastmaster Roar, catchy lick to try and save him, but it does not purge off the right debuff as Viper will stay stunned and will keep taking that damage, but at least Techie's teleport gets interrupted, so they get one return kill out of there, which Selfhate will claim for himself, just to make sure that this late game potential can maybe one day still be reached for an Amiga, though it does look like we got ourselves a bit of a pause, as Fishman seems... Oh, okay. Lag issues, yeah. Go is being called though, so it was just some short package loss. Which makes sense, given that there was just a boar summon, so... Or... Was it a boar? Yeah, I think so. So every time that there's a unit summoned, you kind of do a package loss check, right? Where you're saying, hey server, can you handle it? I guess I can do a quick item checkup, but I don't think Spectre is the only one currently forced into a position where going for one big item to either try and make a comeback or just lose the game because of a lack of tempo is going to be the inevitable outcome.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 2 with the unpause is still gonna fall, so it's not like that was a tactical pause or anything for a change. It's absolutely nothing here. But what it also doesn't change is Spectre's amazing Sacred Relic timing. So at the very least, things are still being on point for Self-Hate for the time being. I maybe shouldn't have said that. Did I just cast this Curse the Spectre? It is starting to look like it. A hookshot is not going to be enough to defend her. Illuminate will just do so much damage. And PugChamp with the Beastmaster, they are looking to end, or at the very least push these towers before the 25-minute mark, because it's so much of an early game draft. It is so much momentum. As it looks like Nemiga, amazing draft or not, they lost 2 of the lanes, and the win rate, it shows just how devastating this is. And there is like a 13% chance of a comeback, which seems little, but it's actually somewhat decent. Because that 13% chance is the 13% chance that we live in a reality where PugChamp will not be able to end this game by 35 minutes, and where Spectre is gonna outscale the Luna at some point. For now though, Techie's a perfect defensive blast off once again, as Techie's makes sure to keep everybody alive. Get some good ticks going on Hyuga, and Everlasting Haru will be going down to the Keeper of the Light with magnificent amounts of damage. $12k lead as the Roshan, with just a Beastmaster and a Luna, that's 2 heroes to contest it, is gonna get taken. PugChamp, they know the name of the game, and just like Sonic, they are screaming, gotta go faster, 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 to not fall off and lose their scaling.
Radiant are scanning.
Clockwork popped by the mines, but is okay for now. Ariel spamming out the harassment cogs. Super annoying right now.
Tower is under attack.
Ariel needs to be careful not to be blown to shreds too easily, as Techie's slowed, broken, Spectre on top of him, and dead. Self-Hate, he has an ultimate ready, but more importantly 20-minute Radiance, which actually isn't that bad. It's not great, keep in mind, like, if Spectre had 0 deaths, it could have been a 16 or 17 minute Radiance. But even just keeping Salvate alive for this long to finish the Radiance feels good. Though the moment that I say that and praise him, once again the Caster's Curse kicks in, and Salvate is gonna go down. Whether he presses his Shadow Step perfectly there or not, Clockwork tries to go away, but he is gonna die for doing his job and just trying to save his carry. As this game number 2 looking incredibly fast.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
As that's going to be the tier 3 already down to about half his health. Keeper. Going for the Dagon now, so PogChamp, they are putting themselves on even more of a clock to end this than this 2-minute 30 timer on the Aegis that's slowly ticking down. But even just one lane of Rex can make so much difference. Because keep in mind, Salvate, he's still just trying to farm up. He's still just trying to get through that slump where all he can do is press an ultimate every 2 minutes in order to try and secure a few assists, try and secure a little bit of impact. Ariel set up on with the slow, with the percentage based damage, a large Illuminate nuke. A bit more burst, but it misses him. Ariel, nice dodges. They are wasting Aegis time, but somebody's gonna need to farm. The 18k gold lead, it's only gonna get bigger, and well, yeah, the late game advantage is definitely gonna go to Nemiga. According to the Gaben graph, there's an 8% chance that they live long enough for the late game percentage to really matter, to really become that game-changing factor that it can be if people have a hard enough time ending. Spectre tries to leave the base with a smoke. Finds Everlasting and Everlasting Haru. Just pushes out the creep wave and gets back. Minute and 10 seconds. Because I believe Nemiga, they want to fight once the Aegis expires. But in theory, they can fight when they have the Spectre ultimate. If there was like somebody walking out of position in a really juicy fashion or whatever.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire are scanning.
Covis 9 will get obliterated by F on the Luna as well. As Viper's gonna be the next one to get caught but saved by a beautiful Nightmare. Can this beautiful Nightmare lead to even anything getting done? Viper actually saves his life, and Young G, as much as both Ariel and Salvate died for that, he does get a return kill. Buyback will be forced out from the Largo. The tier 3 tower is dead already, and that means Luna, however, with the glaives, is going to start dealing so much bouncing damage to all of these racks.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Covis 9 caught onto by the Treant Protector, bound up, and needs to get back a little caring for his life. Clockwork. With the axes, with the Beastmaster Roar set up on Krolgash. One more right click to kill off Ariel. Spectre runs for her life. And will be killed off as well. As that's going to be Hyuga.
Radiant structures
Kept back.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower.
Tier 3 tower will get destroyed. And that's gonna be the ranged Rex. That's gonna be the melee Rex. And just a little bit more damage.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Amiga, they need Spectre. More importantly, they need Haunt, but it's just a level 1 Haunt and it's not gonna cut it.
Radiant are scanning.
Because do keep in mind the Haunt damage also affects your Radiance damage. Clockwork, though, tries to at least get one ward to set up a good high ground defense, but instead of getting down one ward, he is going to get absolutely blown up and torn to shreds.
Positive metal.
Dire victory.
As the GGs come out in chat, and positive mental attitudes has F. As PugChamp, I told you guys, game number 1 was incredibly close. The chances of a 2-0 here were pretty freaking high, given how evenly matched these teams seemed in game number 1. I'm glad that PugChamp pulled through, though it's kinda boring if it's in such stumpy fashion, right? Because all I could talk about is how Spectre's timing was still okay, but just 2 deaths were enough to punish her. And then looking at the net worth, you can see exactly why. It's because the Luna was out farming Spectre basically this entire freaking game. But it looked so good the first like 3 minutes or whatever. It was, wait, let's see. Because it was here where Spectre slowly started falling behind, and then right after the 10-minute mark, Haru came over, and this is where the game started getting bad. Like, okay, maybe with the Radiance time we catch up, it should be fine. Nope. Suffering. Exactly 10 minutes almost. 10:34. 10:34 is when this game was basically lost, and they could do nothing about it, given that they did not have the resources to deal with PugChamp's amazing aggression. Well, I said PugChamp's draft was not the favorite one here, simply because of the execution was so hard, and this timing was so important that you end it early, that you don't let the enemy farm too harshly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna be going to just a little bit of a break and then see what game number 3 of the first series of the day has in store for us, as I hope you're enjoying the show and more Dota 2 action is coming up for you.
Radiant team pick.
What do it?
Dire team pick.
Invoker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Imba Spirit.
Radiant team ban.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here. Apologies I'm a little bit late to jump in, but has been a bunch of back and forth with the whole loading in business. As it sometimes happens, however, that second game from PugChamp was amazing. I know it looked really stompily, but Nemiga, I mean, okay, they did kind of get stumped early. There was a comeback chance, but it was just a 3-minute, 5-minute window where Nemiga had any chance of coming back into the game. And at that point, if it's that little, it's even short to just pull off that much, right? To even just realize, oh hey, we got a comeback window now, we can try to fight during these 3 minutes. Because if you're behind the whole game, you're gonna be lacking vision, you're gonna be lacking levels. And one of the things that we really saw them struggle with is not having the burst to finish the job. People were constantly walking back with 200, 300 health and regenerating themselves back up again. So for this game, both teams get a lot better backline contest, but it looks like PugChamp want to go aggressive once again. A little bit more mid-game, not as early game as last time, but Tiny is still a very fast carry. What they lack in push, they're gonna make up for with teamfight with a last pick Dawnbreaker. And Snapfire, Dawnbreaker, Tiny, huge synergy, huge AoE stun lock. As Nemiga, pick up a Morphling. Please tell me it's the Persona, please tell me. Aw. I want the Ringmaster Circus Persona. I'm thinking of buying it myself, because let's just say I budget myself during the Dota 2 events, where I try to complete the event and then spend my coins wisely, so that I never spend more than 20 bucks on, like, the Compendium event, right? And I've done the math. I can buy the secret room bundle so that I can unlock the extra map rooms on the Ringmaster Train Exploration, and then I can buy one of the Personas if I use all of my discount coins and still have some left over for candy. But I'm not sure which Persona, because I don't like the Legion Commander one that much. I do really like the Morphling one, but the Legion Commander one I do feel like has all of the good animations, and is the one that actually, you know, makes a nice contrast, but on the other hand, I already have the Legion Commander Arcana. Anywho, enough ranting about cosmetics though, because Morphling, he got a skin this patch, and that means he's good this patch. Haha. Nah, I'm joking. I do think he's underestimated this patch, however. Like, I do think because of this patch having so much anti-heal and so much nuke, the two things that Morphling hates to be up against, we do not see him played a lot. It's kind of the same as Slark, right? Slark is really good this patch, but you need to know how to play him, and you need to know exactly which games it is safe to pick a Slark, because if you're gonna get Scarred, if you're gonna get chain stunned or whatever, it's going to lead to some very quick GGs.
Prepare for battle.
As we got the start of the game, this time around is the most first blood potential at minute 0 at level 1 that we have seen from these two teams today. So there is definitely a lot of terrifying clashing that can happen. And if anyone gets caught out of position, it would cause complete disaster as well.
30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
The smokes are gonna break and the battle is gonna begin. 2 for 2 runes, but it's funny, because before, like the first game we saw everybody be aggressive at level 1, the second game was kind of a slow start, the third game was the fastest start as far as level 1 fighting goes. But because both teams fight really well at level 1, neither of them wants to. And both teams just want to get as safely as possible in the positions that they need to be. Snapfire and Dawnbreaker do the little sniper range creep thing, realizing that Morphling is probably already under the tower, and that is exactly where Self-Hate is hanging out. I'm gonna keep my eye on Self-Hate early, and then we're gonna check in on the mid lane as per usual. Unless there's kill potential anywhere else, because Fishman, he's probably gonna be the easiest to kill across all the supports on the map. But Morphling is also the kind of hero that can kill people really fast, but he can get killed really fast because of the whole morphing back and forth attribute thing. Fishman, skills a level 1 heal, which was kind of to be expected, but still, kudos for holding the skill point, just in case there was an opportunity for the first blood, I guess. But at least for level 1, Morph is gonna be fine. At level 2, he may be living a little bit more dangerously. Over on top lane, meanwhile, Pangolier pretty good against Tiny, since Tiny is actually very low armor the first 2 levels of his ultimate, where Pangolier can really punish him for that. Then again, nowadays you do kind of build around that, right? Even with 0 armor, other than the swashbuckles, he's fine for now. And I really hope he's gonna go for like a casual, I don't know. Usually we see a casual Ring of Protection, but he doesn't have one of those, which explains why he's taking so much damage every time there's a swashbuckle. Because that too is physical damage, of course. But a double impale comes out onto Namigas' top lane. Not too much going on other than a little bit of money being played back and forth. Let's check in on the mid lane though, where Ember Spirit, having an okay lane against Invoker, it's pretty 50-50. It's level 6 where Ember Spirit is gonna get a huge advantage in tempo and may even be able to dive Young G. Since Ember, he's a melee hero, so he's always gonna have an easier time last hitting. He's always gonna have just that little bit more damage and that little bit better of a time, you know, not having to estimate how long a projectile flies. But Invoker, on the other hand, if he just gets a single Sunstrike kill, especially a first blood, but just any random Sunstrike kill, it can be a game changer. Morphling grabs himself a Lotus, which is also huge. But Namiga's idea is we win the mid lane by getting Sunstrike kills. And PogChamp's idea, who, by the way, the first game, the only reason why it looked kind of close was that PogChamp had an amazing Everlasting Haru Puck on mid. So if Ember Spirit can do something similar here, it would be pretty huge, but he needs level 6 for that, and then we're gonna see whether at level 6 Ember can manage to pop off or not. Gothic, salt up. Morphling. Gonna take a world of hurt, and that's gonna be a first blood generated for Krollgash with that Starbreaker spin to win. It should be called Puddle Breaker because that's what he does. He just hits Morphling, breaks his ass, and turns him into a puddle. with that beautiful stun. Also, chat is asking, like, Ange, why do you pick Ange? It's an absolutely useless hero 90% of the time. Yes, I actually agree with that statement. Fishman is genuinely on one of the most useless heroes in Dota. But you wanna know the thing about Dota right now? If you have heroes that are really hard to kill and kind of useless in exchange for that, those heroes are really good this patch because of the teamfights taking so long that if you're useless 20 times, even just being there and being annoying, soaking up all of that damage is gonna add up to a lot. Pangolier, even with the swashbuckle, does not manage to kill F, as F is gonna have to eat a tree and doesn't have any regen of his own, but he's still gonna be fine. So, to answer your question, Mr. Chase Cox, which is such a lovely name to give shoutouts to, because it reminds me of the TV show Scrubs, of course, and for no other reason, haha. Yeah, Enchantress is useless, and she's meta despite that for the same reason that Largo is useless and he's meta despite that. Because neither Largo nor Eng go down as easily as Covus 9 does in the lane here. And having heroes that are really boring, that really don't do anything of their own, but also don't get killed if the enemy goes on them, is actually kind of good, just because teamfights take so long that useless heroes that have nothing but sustain are suddenly extremely nice. The same reason why we see Witch Doctor become popular this patch again. It's kind of fallen off, it's kind of lost most of its popularity, but it's still decent. Speaking of decent, Young G, first kill of the game being one on Ember Spirit is also pretty decent for him, because that will make it easier to get those first couple of levels before Ember even has his level 6, as a lot of damage is gonna come out onto the Snapfire. Ember Spirit gets Meatball to boast for that. Snapfire already dead with the double minions, who are now gonna block Everlasting Haru. Young G does not have mana, he can press the stick, but Invoke, it's on cooldown, and Ember Spirit gets himself a Haste Rune, as he would have been dead otherwise, but with that Haste Rune can easily survive. And realizing that, gets herself out of there. A nice gank rotation, and Tiny tried to come in to help out, but died on the way to the lane, to the mid lane through the river. As I'd say, things are ever so slightly favoring Nemiga, but it's the mid game, not the early game, where PugChamp need to win this. So if PugChamp just don't tilt, just get a good transition into the mid game, then they're gonna be fine here. But as I say, that I end up cast cursing the Ringmaster, and this was pure luck. I have not missed this kill. Like, this is not a kill you can blame me for missing, because he wasn't even rocket flaring for that kill. He was rocket flaring to kind of try and tell Invoker whether Invoker was safe or not. Like, kind of scan this area where the support that ganks always lurks, right? And then the rocket flare just flew over the top and kind of scanned out, oh, low health support here that just did jungle things, haha.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But it's funny how much luck is involved in Dota on a high level when RNG isn't even a thing. Like, just people running into each other, people deciding to go to the same spot at the same time, that kind of stuff. I really like the Wisdoms for that reason since the rework. Because you still get the big Wisdom fights, but nowadays big Wisdom fights are only worth it if you know exactly how to take the fight. If you know your approach, like, yes, first we teleport in Embers, set up a Searing Chains, then we follow with the AoE, you know, that kind of plans, that kind of thinking things through. As Ariel makes sure to get himself away as Fishman. Killed off with Gothic there to deliver the burst damage. Once again, a close and exciting early game, but Nemiga, they have better momentum right now, and the win rate already says this is going to be another Nemiga stomp. I wouldn't be too sure about that, because Nemiga, I have not seen them truly stomp a single game in the series, even if they did look extremely dominating in the first game. There was still that whole comeback business. So now for game number 3. We're gonna see, we're gonna wait, let Morphling have a chance to come online and snowball a little bit first. Amiga, their gold lead isn't growing, but that's mostly because Morphling has been forced to jungle up a little bit early. And this isn't Self-Hate giving up the bottom lane yet. This is Self-Hate just kind of having lost track of his lane equilibrium there. Because yeah, I totally agree. Ange does nothing. Her entire value comes from her creeps. And Peters is like, I don't know, 20% of a hero worth of impact. But heroes that do nothing and are hard to kill are good. I say the same about Largo every time, where he just does nothing until at least 12 minutes till 8 or even 18 minutes. But just being there and not dying and being so hard to kill puts the enemy in that choice. Do you waste resources or do you focus on somebody else that's gonna be helped? It's Clockwork. Getting poked to death, but 60 health, more than enough for what he needs to live.
Is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Two-man smoke up. Immediately got scanned though. So they know there's somebody here and will go deep, but Clockwork is in a position to break the smoke, knows what's going on, gets missed by the Scatterblast and hookshot out. Beautiful getaway. Nemiga making a good amount of space for the morph. Tiny, with the Echo Saber, is at least gonna have the farming speed, then he just needs to catch up.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I just don't understand why. There's no reason to punch me in the face. I mean, that.
Oops, ignore that. I freaking hate advertisements playing in the background when I'm trying to look up stats. Gotta really love it. But Invoker just got Dawnbreakered. So that was the first Krollgash ultimate used there, and 2-0. Oh no, wait, the second, right? I think that was the second ultimate, actually. Because one defensive ultimate, one offensive ultimate, and a kill that he got from the hammer earlier before he even had the ultimate. So, over on top, Tiny goes for an avalanche toss onto Ariel. A Rolling Thunder is committed to try and get the Tiny. Cobus 9 does not mind being poked by percentage-based damage when that percentage-based damage is magical in nature. F needs to be very careful though, as Pangolier already has the mana burn. F can do nothing to defend himself. In comes Self-Hate, tries to get the kill. Almost got it, but it was the cold snap damage that made the difference there. Still excellent commitment from the Morphling, because both Morph and Tiny were sitting on one death and perfect farm there. So killing off Tiny and accelerating. The two carries are now head to head. But Self-Hate is probably gonna catch up. Then again, so is Dawnbreaker. Like, Krollgash going 2-0 and only going for his Harpoon as the first item to really... or for the Echo Saber, probably have the Harpoon depending on how it goes. Makes him so much faster, but on mid, one kill, and... another one happened behind the back lines. As that's also where Ember Spirit is gonna grab himself a creep camp before jumping out. So at the very least, Ember wasn't found and just a support died, but PogChamp, they lost both of their supports for trying to set some really aggressive vision up for trying to take over this Radiant jungle. And yeah, Gothic, he got this ward for dying and they didn't ping it out. They don't actually know that this ward is there. But with the Morphling just getting free space, you're gonna need to smoke and you're gonna need to get a really big team fight and you're gonna need to kill like 3 or 4 people, and only that way can you really turn this game around and, you know, get that big payoff. Because Dawnbreaker ultimate being used is one of their most effective tools to gain tempo. Stacks are too though. Stacks are always good. Extra money, extra momentum. Because the Nemiga win rate, it keeps climbing and climbing, not because of the gold net worth lead, like that's tiny, that's negligible, but because of the gold distribution, right? Morphling farming well, young G not falling off anytime soon, means that everything's looking very favorable until either the Invoker falls off or Morphling is behind the Tiny again. Because if Tiny's in a position where he can just be one item ahead of Morphling, let's say, he's always going to be happy to run at the Morphling and just right click him in the face. Bottom tier 1 is going to get beaten down by the Morphling, and it's all a bait. So as the Dawnbreaker comes in, Cogstar there burning most of her mana. Morphling. It's kind of sad that the one person came to defend that they can kill off with the hookshot combo right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But a two-man smoke will come out from the side of PugChamp there. Ariel, nice Cox. Can they keep him safe long enough for the backup to do anything meaningful? Maybe! With a beautiful two-man swashbuckle. That will be Gothic. That for Ariel. So support for support trade. Morphling is gonna get zoned out as Everlasting Haru. Just that little bit too scary in terms of the magic damage that he deals at least. And bam! Solar Guardian
Is under attack.
gets the Cobus 9 kill. Okay, PugChamp, they find the return fight. Nicely done. Good start.
Radiant's
Definitely what they needed there. As Snapfire disconnected for just a second. It'll give me a chance to not just check the graph, but also the items, because the graph is definitely gonna go down a little bit after that. Koas 9, amazing Diffu Blade timing. Invoker, amazing Meteor Hammer timing. Though looking at these items, it does look like Namiga, everybody is building for the early game. So everybody that isn't the Morphling isn't gonna scale really well, because they're playing this as a 4 Protect 1. Fishman. He is going power threat, so even though this Ench still does nothing, Ench does something technically speaking. Ench is there to literally just remind the enemy that tick-tock the clock is ticking, right? That's like psychological damage every turn. Or every 5 minutes, I guess. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'm gonna shut up until the reconnect is there, as I think my caster's curse is making the pause only longer here. See, go and ready is being called immediately. Lovely, isn't it? But they need one more second and another disconnect this time around on the Tiniest. Yeah, ever since TI qualifier started and the event dropped, servers have been having to work real hard and there has been a decent bit of package loss. But another reconnect at least, that's a good sign.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Morphling, good Manta Style timing, Tiny though. Well, his item timing isn't great. And I know he's out of the Morphling, but being close to a Morphling before 20 minutes means that you're being out-farmed, but that's exactly why F is trying to line up for the most valuable gank in the game, and with an Avalanche Toss plus Mortimer's Kisses. PugChamp, they get him, F. Just as I was saying how good his Manta Style timing was looking, it is gonna get delayed a little bit further. Invoker, rushing that Octarine core of course, because cooldowns are just such a big factor for mid laners these days. Pango, also following the meta build, no surprises there. Same to be said for Sulfate. Though BKB, whether or not it comes out before or after the shard is gonna be interesting, and whether they still want to go in Assault Curse, because assuming that Assault Curse is gonna come out,
Radiant's middle tower.
that kind of means PugChamp gotta stay ahead, right? That kind of means PugChamp gotta be the ones dictating the tempo, and we're on the map, the fights are happening.
Tower is under attack.
But currently they're trying to do just that with a smoke, so I'm not necessarily opposed. Pango, avalanche, toss, and bam! One more tree to the face. He will go down. His neck broken from a rock throwing a tree at it, I guess. Sticks and stones are gonna kill you. And now a hammer is thrown at the end. Bam! Almost all of her health pool gone. Avalanche for good measure and double kill for the Tiny. Maybe Assault Curse isn't the worst choice for the Dawnbreaker here. Because if they keep being this far ahead throughout the mid-game, where Tiny is definitely favored, and can keep killing off the Morphing, can keep killing off the Pangolier in such devastating fashions, things are looking very, very fine. Haru wants to get himself a Mage Slayer, but right now he needs to get himself out and alive at that, but will fail to do so. As Dawnbreaker, the worst possible timing for that Solar Guardian, just a split second too late, and Dawnbreaker is gonna be chain stunned, is gonna be locked up and will be killed off. Young G manages to get Krolgash dead. Now this is gonna be another one of those fun little back and forths. I can already feel that much, because both of the games have been incredibly close under the circumstances. And I'm just really glad I have not bet on this game, because, yeah, sure, sometimes Tier 3 Dota is really predictable and you can easily make some money because you can just look at the draft and say, hey, this team is gonna win. But here it's complete chaos and it completely goes back and forth. Fishman killed off by Tiny with the tree. Clockwork gets missed on by the dagger from the Ringmaster, and bam! With one swipe, Tiny gets the double kill. PogChamp still maintaining their aggressive positioning, if only to delay Self-Hate from farming more, because with a Vladimir's and a Manta style, he's already perfectly capable of fighting and taking some initiations head on. The hookshot though is not gonna hit, and without the hookshot on the mark, they're gonna have to commit a lot of resources onto Everlasting Haru, but Everlasting Haru, he does not last forever. He doesn't even last for much longer than the start of the team fight, but at least he did get a beautiful kill onto the Morphling enabled for his teammates. Pangolier will go down thanks to the beautiful impalement arts, and now Eng is also gonna be locked down where Fishman. Bop! They make it look easy, but this is 2 out of the 3 lanes being won. The only lane that wasn't entirely free, really, being the off lane. Because, yeah, Tiny's just too tanky to die, but Morphling wasn't so easy to kill and was actually a pain in the ass. Now, though, while Morphling needs farm, everybody else is dying, and Morphling died in that team fight as well. So the biggest kill on the map has just been removed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
As I think the win rate is going to swing back to PogChamp ever so slightly. It should be like 55-45 in favor of PogChamp right now. But they do require either a big objective to kind of cement that, right? Show off like, oh hey, guys, we can actually gain our resources here.
Invisibility.
As the Snapfire goes, invisibility. Morphling, uh-oh. They're once again trying to find him. Will use a scan just to make sure they get a good idea of where Morphling is. Snapfire is behind, trying to set up an ultimate. But Tiny He is gonna have to show to keep the lane pushed, so no initiation just yet. Namiga, good, careful positioning to protect their Morphling at least. Late enough into the game, Namiga are gonna be favored, but to prevent the late game timing from ever arriving, we are going to see the Tormentor get taken down by the Radiant. As there's the Sunstrike, one more punch, and Gothic gets himself an Aghanim Shard.
Well-gotten gains. Damage.
3k lead maintained, but as long as Morphling keeps free farming and PogChamp keep free farming, the gold lead isn't really gonna escalate in any direction, and the win rate is slowly but surely gonna bounce back once again in favor of Team Namiga, just because Namiga, if everybody gets super rich, if everybody gets 6 slotted, they're always gonna win this that late into the game. Boom! Fishman killed off by F on the Tiny. Teleports immediately swing over towards the top lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
PogChamp got some decent wards. Managed to steal the Radiant Triangle to further their gold lead a little bit and bring that win rate down as the Morphling becoming more and more terrifying with every minute that passes as that Hydra's Breath queued up, and I'm all here for it. Hydra's Breath Morphling, if you have a Tiny, if you have a Dawnbreaker and a Snapfire, that's 3 tanky heroes that are really going to suffer at the hand of that percentage-based damage. F shoves out the creep wave as much as he can, but Roshan is up and PogChamp, well, they aren't suited to take it super fast. They don't have your Slardar ultimates or your big pure damage bursts. If they commit 5 people to the pit, they can definitely take it. Regardless of what's gonna happen around the Roche pit. Morph got himself the Specialist's Array and is really close to that Hydra's Breath completion.
Dire are scanning.
So the next team fight is definitely going to be harder for the side of PogChamp, but PogChamp, they're Tiny, about to go for a Daedalus, is already going to have crits for the next fight, and it may even be big crits, depending on Amiga. Oh, so the 9, okay, thanks Mr. Chase Cox once again. The 9 in Krolyash is supposed to be read as the, like, Ya letter in the Russian alphabet. That makes sense. Because I know 4 is pronounced like Chi, right? Like cheeky breeky. You can spell that with a 4 at the start if you don't have a Cyrillic keyboard, basically.
Middle tower is under attack.
So it's Krolyash, and I know how to interpret that 9. Very good to know. I've been casting him for like 7 years at this point, and I never knew that. Krolyash, though, going for a Skull Basher, knows full well that scaling is going to be an issue, and keeping this Morphling stationary with few lucky procs will make team fighting so much easier. Everybody will escape via the Ledge of Doom as clockwork. Beautiful use of that Aghanim shard there.
Dire's top tower is under
Cobus 9 meanwhile just farming up through the dire jungle. A little bit less than 1,000 gold away towards the Aghanim Scepter, and with the Aghanim Scepter he's absolutely going to destroy stuff.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Roshan is going to get killed off slowly but surely.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Clockwork goes for a teleport and makes his way out of there.
Dire's bottom tower
Tiny got the Aegis while the Rolling Thunder was there to contest, but Pangolier just had to teleport out while rolling. They see Pango rolling. They hate him. Man, I missed that song. Good old times. PogChamp for the next 4.5 minutes can do whatever the hell they please. Well, the mid tier 1, tier 2 tower is getting exposed as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tiny
Radiant's
punches
middle
down
tower
the
has
mid.
fallen.
And with that, we're gonna see Ariel on the run for his life.
Boom, there it goes.
F on the Tiny, looking to go for a Daedalus. And he is finally getting close to it, because he's been wanting that for the last 5 or so minutes. But if he has it, at least he has a chance to burst down the Morphling fast and efficient enough as Morphling gets an okay amount of damage in on his lonesome onto the Ringmaster. But he is all alone as well. It needs to be very careful not to be caught. Guess what though? Invoker with a Sunstrike actually ends up hitting this Ringmaster, but Morphling... Yeah, this is where I kept my camera on the Morphling. He dies incredibly fast if the stun lock from Tiny is there, and Tiny actually gets lucky with the crit. And F, he's gonna need a decent chunk less luck now, as that Demon Edge is gonna come in terms of money, and he's gonna turn it into a Daedalus.
Has been killed.
Man, and here I was afraid the first best of 3 would turn into an absolute stomp when Amiga dominated most of that first game. But the moment that Tiny starts having a game of his own, starts kind of doing his own thing here. We're gonna see some push in onto the mid tower. And oh no, Ariel! He was planning to go in and jetpack escape, and he lifted up into the air, and the moment that he does, he dies and slams back down again from just how much burst damage he took. Tiny, with 2 minutes left on that Aegis, will blink in, no fear whatsoever, tosses Cobus 9 out of position, and the Echo Saber being there means rolling away or not. Cobus 9 is not gonna live thanks to the BKB keeping Tiny from being stunned. Tiny still has that Aegis, is going to retreat. And Tiny just goes in again, saying hello little Morphling, goodbye little Morphling. The Dawnbreaker ultimate at least got cancelled, but that's still gonna cost Clockwork his life just to save the Morph. And Tiny has Aegis at least, so that's something for an Amiga, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Because that's the range Drax. And now Tiny sets his sights on the Medirex with an extra toss, Ember Spirit for help.
Radiant's middle
F gets himself a lane. Nicely done. Tiny now looking for a silver edge. That's kind of strange. I'm not really sure if I approve of that. Because while breaking the end can be huge and can start the team fight off with a really good start. Because yeah, End has done nothing all game, but she's finally slowly starting to do something. By surviving at least one go of burst damage in the team fights and making stacks and doing the support stuff.
Radiant are scanning.
If this game goes on long enough, there is going to come a point where Tiny instantly killing the End is one of the few viable initiations to start off a team fight. PugChamp, after those last two Tiny one-shot plays, they are favored though. Aegis or no Aegis. As let's see whether or not they can find themselves another one of that sort.
Radiant are scanning.
Two-man smoke remains.
Bountiful.
As F is being sneaky.
Speedy rune of
Radiant's
haste.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
One last team fight could be it. Namiga. Oh, this is the worst possible start. Clockwork was gonna try to scout ahead with the jetpack, but he did not expect the smoke to just be perfectly waiting there for him. Morphling will be able to save himself, but Emberspirit comes in on the backlines instead. Presses the BKB, wants to get Fishman, but guess what? Fishman's ultimate still goes through BKB, so Emberspirit is gonna have to go out. And isn't too happy about having pressed that BKB, but it will give Tiny another chance at initiation, and Tiny this time around has to follow up Dawnbreaker to make sure Cobus 9 goes down, and in a way worse spot, Ember finally dies. But, well, Ember did die to Morphling, committing a lot of resources. Morphling needs to get more out of that, and he's trying, but with the cookie, with the Tiny, it's a very bad situation for him that Invoker needs to save him from. Invoker will succeed in doing just that as F. Ooh, gets himself away. Clockwork comes in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But no more follow-up kills. Namiga still, they hold their base at least. They are still in this game. Morphling is their win condition going into the super duper late game. So it's not like falling off is too big of a worry for them. But they do need to keep him scaling. They do need to keep him getting those items until he's fully 6-slotted. Silver Edge almost done for Tiny. Morph. Butterfly is gonna make him more survivable against the Tiny, though right now it feels like a playing not to lose item. The Skadi afterwards is actually gonna be huge because it'll help with the kills as Ariel goes down once again. He did get like a D ward and a really deep ward for that, so it wasn't like he just died for nothing, right? He actually did make sure that this entire triangle is now black as the night. And the only ones that have vision in that area are Namiga, but Namiga, I'm not sure if they have the means to capitalize on the vision.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Because the thing is, the idea for Ariel makes sense. Oh, if Roche respawns within the next 20 seconds, then we can contest the Roche fight, we can get the Aegis and actually make a comeback. But Roche doesn't respawn within the next 20 seconds. Roche respawns within a minute and 30. So we are still sitting here and chilling. As Tiny Silver edged up.
Radiant are scanning.
Krolyash looking for his overwhelming Blink Dagger, wants to do a decent bit of extra damage while Morph.
A tool to teach.
Good rapid fire damage, the evasion once again. It is a good item not to lose if you're being jumped by Tiny, though what I'm kind of hoping to see, if Nemiga make a comeback here at all, is Nemiga being the initiators. Then again, I couldn't care less who wins. I just want good fights, I just want something exciting for us to talk about as Tiny. Approaching the 6 slotted limit, but he's also forced to build an MKB now, which doesn't feel that great as your last item. Because it does feel a little bit limiting when it comes to trying to kill these other heroes. But with Morph already having the butterfly completed, at least this fight could be very rough for Tiny. There is the BKB, pretty expectable. Tiny 2-shots the clockwork, nice. But loses the Ringmaster. That will take away those massive saves. The Mortimer's Kisses keep on flying out, get the Morphling awfully low health, and then Ember Spirit jumps in, finishes the job at 2-4-1, and 100 seconds no Morphling means Invoker can be caught off guard without defense. Covus 9 dies on the other corner there, while Fishman, the last one alive, but not for long. Fishman, he's gonna be sent back to the ocean with a fiery cookie and a fiery spirit. Triple kill for Everlasting Haru. Tiny came awfully close to dying not once but twice there, but he managed to survive thanks to the insanely fast kills that PogChamp made happen there. And the entire enemy team for just the Ringmaster, still a really good trade. I think Ringmaster is happy there. He's saying like, I set that up, guys, I died just so you guys could win the team fight. And honestly, he did do that, and he does kind of get to brag for that.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
As that's gonna be the second lane of Rex, but they're not gonna go and get greedy for the tier 4s. PogChamp. Look, they've almost certainly got this in the back with that second lane of Rex, with that really good push and 2 team fights, 1 in a row. 10 or 20%, if we're being generous, comeback chance for an Amiga.
Radiant's middle tower is
PogChamp,
under
they
attack.
just need to make sure not to afford themselves any big mistakes. As Roshan, they have 30 seconds to take it if they want to do it now. I am not sure this is the way, though they do have a Dawnbreaker ultimate. They need Tiny. Tiny is the big Roshan hitter. 25 seconds as Roche will roar. But there's the Tiny, and let's see how much damage he has. It should be enough. Yeah, 18 seconds. 15. And now they can GG push. Tiny with the Aegis. He was already impossible to kill. But the 2 people that die a lot are the supports, which aren't really worth giving it to, because if they respawn, they're gonna be surrounded by the enemy team immediately and just die to that. Morph once Satanic needs that second life, which has been saving Self-Hate throughout this series and keeping him going in the team fights, ladies and gentlemen. So maybe if they get there, that is gonna be a chance at one of those comebacks where, oh no, 0 health, oh wait, I'm back to full health again. It's gonna happen. For the time being, though, not the case. Self-Hate kills off Hyuga. Morphling, insane damage, but once again the supports have constantly been dying. It's the cores that they need to worry about in the core. F with the arm reduction from Gothic and the singular cookie is gonna have more than enough damage to kill off the Morphling. Snapfire at this point, looking for the Sheepstick, while Tiny. Aghanim's Shard coming in as we're gonna have another pause with Ringmaster disconnected. And you know it's unfortunate when the winning team is the one that's disconnecting right as they're stomping. But I don't think like there's gonna be a 3-2-2 pause, as Chet would put it. Because again, Morphling has the late game potential. PugChamp, they're making zero mistakes because they want to risk zero against this Invoker and Morphling late game scaling. And Morphling, he has been kept down so well. He's 4,000 behind the Tiny. It's gonna take like 2 big team fights to make up for that big of a gold deficit. Still, the game isn't over, and we're gonna have the next series starting almost immediately after, which I'm also very much looking forward to, because it's gonna be exciting in Invision against Summer Bear. Also, only 2 best of 3s for today, I'm sorry to say, but we're gonna have ourselves more action throughout the weekend, where I'm gonna leave you guys in the capable hands of DOTA and Base Defender. And then next week, 1 or 2 final days, we're kind of like gonna play the games that have been having to get last second rescheduled. Also, that's why there's no 3rd series today. Rescheduled to Tuesday, as far as I'm seeing right now. Ember Spirit wants himself an Aghanim Scepter, which will also be a complete game changer for him. Because having all of those extra charges, now that you're diving high ground, every charge is an extra chance to not die if you accidentally screw up while going up that enemy's high ground and thinking, haha, worry not, I can take them all. Well, I'm gonna shut up once again in the hopes that that makes the reconnect happen faster as the tip comes out. See you guys when the game is resumed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Invoker. Looking for that refresher orb while we are going to see Tiny and Ember Spirit set up and try to get to work on the top tier 2 tower. As that top tier 2 tower, it's gonna get squished into nothing but rubble. Tiny with the tornado, with the mana burn, not quite set up for complete death, but needs to be careful.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Morph back in 5 seconds, so Tiny wants to hurry it up, but that's why he's been careful. The stuns and mana burn is really terrifying, as FNO has no mana, but he does have an Aegis, so dying may actually be preferable. Thunder, trying to set up something at least, but Ringmaster there with perfect save the moment Krolyash drops to low health. They will still kill the Ringmaster first, and this last lane of Rex, it's being defended with an Iron Hand. The creeps are going to town on the base, but there's still a bunch of buffer buildings to slow them down a little in their wake. Well, this chase will catch Haru. Haru immediately BKB, teleport out, or after the Remnant, I guess. Oh boy, that is a bit of a risk. No, he should have teleported while they didn't see him. Oh, I think that was an instinct. Like, I think that was the instinctive double Remnant when one would have been enough.
Dire are scanning.
Tiny got another minute till his Aegis is gonna expire. We're finally starting to see the Morphling late game factor kick in. And it is leading to this win rate ever so slowly stabilizing as the smoke is gonna come out to try and get more of an initiation going. Tiny. Tornado, Ice Wall, Invoker doing its utmost to bring him down, though Tiny is too tanky, and Snapfire still protected a little while longer, but Snapfire will go down, and so will the Tiny. Tiny still has the Aegis. Korolyash needs to be super duper careful though, cause this late game Morphling wants to go to town. Tiny manages to get away, Korolyash manages to get himself away as well. PugChamp keeping their course alive and well are gonna regroup, with Tiny leading the charge, hoping he can find himself a support to solo kill.
Are scanning.
He just needs to make sure not to get jumped himself though.
Radiant are scanning.
This will provide.
Radiant are scanning.
Ringmaster makes sure to keep his farming speed up. Morph decides on a Daedalus for his last item, as he's respecting the fact that killing off Tiny is gonna get harder and harder the longer this game goes on. Sure, F can't get that many more items, but if his last item is gonna be a Skadi or something, without a Daedalus, Morphing is just not gonna have the damage anymore. Though, I'm still kind of missing the MKB for Tiny to deal with this butterfly. Because as you can see, he does not in fact have one. He has a BKB, has a Daedalus, but decided against the MKB at the last moment and turned the double Demon Edge into Daedalus. Tiny Avalanche into a big hit onto Pangolier, though as they're immediately pursuing for more, he will catch up to the Clockwork. Out comes a nice Wheel of Wonder, hypnotizing 3. Tiny is not able to hit them though and goes down without Aegis. The same can be said for the Ringmaster that cost him the Pangolier's buyback, but Krolyash, he needs to be so careful. He gets out of there with a hammer, and so will his support, or so will his Ember Spirit after giving him support. Haru. He did do a great job, but you do feel Ember Spirit with this non-right-click build kind of fall off in the damage department, and damage is what PugChamp are increasingly lacking, as the second time that PugChamp are the ones trying to initiate the team fight, and the second time that the win rate drops by another 10% because they do so. It may drop by more depending on how much this morph can get done the first time that he's been able to push for a while.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Self-hate.
Dire's
Works on the mid-tier 2 at an incredible speed and ferocity.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Krolyash with the spin. Deals a bit of poke, but is gonna be fine. That will be that outpost taken over. 2 minutes till Roshan respawns. So the Roche respawn timer is kind of unfortunate for an Amiga, because F once again respawned on the Tiny. I'm gonna switch over to buyback status just for the people on phone that can't see the little yellow line, because this little yellow line, it stays. If you're on a PC monitor and you got me on full screen, look, you can still see the little yellow line. But I get that most people are on phone nowadays and then will yell at me like, oh, cast or show buyback status. Well, the only one that doesn't have his up yet is Covis 9, but the next team fight can change that at a moment's notice with Tiny still looking for the one shot. and positioning himself in order to get it off and get all of that massive burst damage in. Morph. Once the Daedalus. 30 seconds left on Roshan.
Attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Hello?
Ooh, nice blink away. Ringmaster keeping himself alive. Impalement, not quite connecting to anyone. Hyuga. Making sure to blink back and forth, keep himself alive. This Roche, it could be such a huge difference maker. It could also just delay this game by another 10 minutes if one team gets the Aegis and then immediately loses it after. Oh, I love tier 3 Dota, even though right now it's a bit boring, but I think the next fight is really gonna live up to it. And this entire series has been exciting. The groups have actually been pretty balanced this time as far as the RNG goes. Because sometimes, like, groups are entirely random, right? Sometimes the groups are like, oh, let's put the 2 strongest and the 2 weakest teams in the tournament in the same group. And here everybody is kind of balanced across the board.
Dire are scanning.
Morph about to complete his own Daedalus. I'll do a big I mean, there's nothing else happening, so I can just like click the heroes manually. Because I don't want to miss the next team fight. Around this Roche pit, whoever initiates is going to have so much work to do and needs to be very careful about how they're going to handle this Roche.
Boom, there it goes.
Time for taming, says the ringmaster.
Coming in.
Radiant are scanning.
Roche is going to get sunstruck. And Clockwork blown up first. Finally we get the initiation, and it is worth all of the waiting that we needed to do to see the morphing finally go in. Immediately one shot Hyuga and force Hyuga to buy back, but Morphling dying for that is totally not worth it, knowing that Nemiga will have to buy back that carry while Ariel trying to jetpack out, but gets harpooned back, has to use the hookshot defensively, which will be enough to get him out. Nemiga, they're once again resetting, and that was a lot of big resources from the side of PugChamp. But Morph buyback is terrifying, because now if the Morph dies, you can literally just type GG in the chat and instead watch the next series. Though with that gold lead, that shouldn't be too much of a surprise, right? Like 24,000 is a massive, massive gold lead.
Rock it on.
Roche. He's actually lost 1/3 of his health without anybody being willing to commit into the pit. Now Tiny comes in and wants to punch him a few times again. Are they gonna hard commit? It's looking like it, because 2 people from Nemiga have just showed on the map. Morph needs to get back there ASAP. Clock, good hook shot to make him some space to do so that it's gonna cost Clock his life. And can the Morph Invoker combo jump the Ember or anybody else enough to make it worth losing your support and having another buyback committed for this Roshan? I mean, maybe? Nope, Remnant was already out. Ember is gonna get away, throws out another Remnant that he jumps to, and it's gonna be entirely fine. Well, Tiny, with the Harpoon, tries to go on the Morphling. They know Morphling has a buyback and they just need to kill him off, but Morphling, he does a good job of stunning up Krolgash instead. Turns around, massive burst out onto the Tiny. His late game potential is really showcasing as he kills off Krolgash with insane amounts of damage. Tiny trying to still keep things under control once the Pangolier killed up, but nope. Well, the tree will hit Pango after Tiny died. That's gonna be Tiny dead, that's gonna be Gothic dead. PogChamp, they still have more buybacks. But Morphling, he has everything he needs to kill off this Roshan, even if they were to commit the buybacks. Which they won't even. Aegis for an Amiga, and now an Amiga for the first time ever, even though their base is being destroyed by the creeps and they need to keep Enchantress defending, even though this entire game has been looking rough, they may be able to try and push high ground, or even potentially end if somebody messes up while they're pushing high ground. And Group A is just a way stronger group this tournament, this season, I will say. Group B, it's very balanced, it's very fair, except for Ilbers. Ilbers are the one strong team that RNG accidentally tossed in Group B instead of Group A. If Ilbers would have also been in Group A, then we would have just had the tryhard group and the welcome to Tier 3 bitch group, but nah. Namiga, trying to defend their title, are gonna go to work on these Raxes, and with the Alacrity on the Morphling, the barracks are gonna fall so quickly that Morph is immediately gonna set aside on the second lane, and the Tier 3 hit. Machine gun into oblivion. The same is to be said about the many Raxes. Soon the tides are gonna turn the way that it's gonna be PogChamp keeping everybody in the base to defend. Though with the Tiny back now, with the Ember Spirit back now, the Amiga will not be able to push the final lane of Rax. And we'll need to regroup here, but they do have another 3 minutes to do so with that Aegis available for the Morphling.
Radiant are scattered. Dire's turret has been killed.
Morphling jumped on and killed up his Aegis, falling to the floor as out comes the double meatball, which is going to roll down the ring. Master Pangolier rolling thundering as well. The Pango doing good damage and getting everybody from PogChamp low health. PogChamp need to be very careful, but Gothic is gonna drop to the Morphling, and Amiga will now immediately start forcing everybody to split apart, gang up on Hyuga, make sure Hyuga goes down. Ariel did once again die for that as he had to sacrifice himself to keep Morphling alive. Morphling will die for 2 minutes though, and Ember commits his buyback the moment he does, knowing that Namiga have no more carry. 2 minutes no carry, may have just lost in the game as Invoker with a massive deafening blast trying to still keep winning this team fight. But PogChamp, they smell blood, they smell victory in the waters of the river, and they wanna clasp it here. The win rate still says 50-50. Gabe and Graf is entirely confused as to who is gonna win this. Because Namiga, they have the better late game. But Namiga, they had to commit so many buybacks way earlier than PogChamp. So now that the buyback advantage is completely 50-50 again, if all of Namiga are alive, they're gonna be favored to win. But PogChamp are pushing right now. PogChamp know that not all of them have buyback, and that may very well lead to the game ending before Morphling can ever respawn.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Win rate is slowly adjusting as that's the Megas. And with that amplified damage rune, look at the tier 4s. Just melting to tiny. Pango stunned up the Fortify. Is gonna keep the tier 4 safe for a little while longer, but Tiny with the double toss just stunlocks Fishman, gets Pangolier to boast. without anyone left to defend. GG finally typed as an Amiga. They have made it close. But PogChamp just got too good of an early game. Like, you give PogChamp 2 really early game momentum-based carries like a Tiny and that Luna from last game. Anything that may fall off but farms so fast that you're not too worried anyways. They are gonna look incredibly strong. They are gonna look super dominant. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, take over the game here. So yeah, PogChamp take it 2-1, ending the first series of the day after two almost 1 hour games, and one that was kind of stumpy, but still like 50 minutes. Maybe the next series will be shorter. I'm definitely up for like one quick 25-minute game as long as it's not looking too one-sided. But I definitely never mind the third game, even if we're half an hour behind schedule, because man oh man, has it been a good show from both sides. I really hope we get a rematch in the playoffs, and ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'm gonna see about getting the next lobby ready for the stream, as we're gonna have the second and last best of 3 of the day coming up. Sadly, the third best of 3 had to be rescheduled to upcoming Tuesday, so the matches will still all be played as far as I'm aware, but only 2 of them today, with this concluding the first one. See y'all for best of 3 number 2 in just a moment.
Radiant team, Dire team pick.
Dusk. Shadow Fiend.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again, the second and already sadly the last best of 3 for today, as we had a little bit of rescheduling chaos. But that first best of 3, it was so amazing, so clutch how PugChamp barely pulled it through, that I am still very glad to have casted it regardless.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team banned. Dire team banned.
So, looking at the drafts, we got another SF game, which I don't mind. We do see him a lot this patch, but Summer Bear, they are opting for the sustain and the really long team fights. They have Largo, which once again is one of those heroes that does nothing, but he does nothing well while not dying, right? Like, he's just so tanky that even though he contributes nothing else to his team, that he doesn't really get anything else going for his people, he is going to massively, and I mean massively, start scaling once he's past the level 12 mark and hasn't died too much already. And there's going to be a Keeper of the Light with the Illuminate to keep him healed up, so the synergy is definitely great, where Largo can kind of keep the Keeper of the Light alive and active in the team fights, and in exchange for that gets continuous mana restore and continuous heals whenever he does get bursted. Summer Bear, ban out the Slardar, which I agree. Slardar with armor reduction against Keeper of the Light, Clockwork, Storm Spirit, and Largo is terrifying. I'm not surprised if they're gonna ban another armor reduction hero here just because of how hard armor reduction goes against this draft, but maybe they have some pick for the last pick that they have other things in mind for, and that's why the hesitation. Dawnbreaker, so it's looking like Summer Bear, whatever their carry is gonna be, they want a carry that they can bring into the teamfights proactively, that they can dictate the tempo of the fighting and of the brawling with, as the Terrorblade is going to get himself banned out. We're gonna see what Summer Bear will go for their very last pick.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Summer Bear. 20 seconds to come to a conclusion here.
Team pick.
Oh, how could I? That's my bad, chat. I should have called that one. I should have literally predicted that one. But I am so used to Lone Druid getting banned every game that Lone Druid getting through is something that just catches me off guard. And 1-0 Summer Bear. Guaranteed. Because Summer Bear, they are a team known for spamming that Lone Druid. And now that last ban Dawnbreaker makes so much sense. They spotted it before we did. I don't think Invision were ready for that either, as they're kind of putting one and one together and realize, wait, this team got Bear in their name. And they pick that Bear hero that keeps winning 80% of his games this patch. Guys, we may have a problem. And the last pick is going to be a Tidehunter, but I'm not sure if Tidehunter... Like, you're gonna have perfect ultimates every time, and even then I'm not sure if it's enough, because Lone Druid is really busted this patch if he comes online. There's a reason why the games that he's picked, where there's nobody that can burst the bear easily enough, like the human bear, you get what I mean. The lesser of the two health pools, before the Aghanim Scepter is there, that the Aghanim Scepter is going to be delayed, that the farm items for the bear are going to be delayed. Igris is going to have a hard time, but I don't think so, because Igris, I know for a fact he spams a lot of Lone Druid. I know for a fact Summer Bear, aka Winter Bear, same team, different name, because it's a different season, but it's the same players, right? Have a ton of synergy and a ton of experience getting this bear online, making this bear the core of their draft and playing 4-man around him, which is where this Keeper of the Light is also going to come in really handy. So Invision, while they have the 5-man team fight in their pocket with those big ultimates, with the Ravage into Requiem, denying people the potential BKB presses even. Man, I'm not so sure about if it's gonna be enough, because you're gonna have to win every team fight and avoid a lot of pickups if you're Invision. If Invision can do that, then sure, they can get a lead, but the first 10 minutes until you win that first big team fight, well, let's say 15 minutes, because running in over eagerly and thinking, yes, we got a team fight right now before it's too late, and then losing because of it's also not great. But Invision, they got their work cut out for them.
Prepare
Well,
for
Summer
battle.
Bear over on the Dire with Igris on that bear. I think I'm very much looking forward to this.
Ooh, that the head hurt.
As we got ourselves a pause. Largo just drawing little patterns on the map. Sad we can't see them drawing. No. Igris reported. Igris instantly reported. Yes, cross that out. He drew 6-7 on the map. No 6-7 memory here. Delete that immediately. Beautiful. Somebody do something.
Dusky.
And it must seem to the side of Invision that the game has not even started yet, and the enemies are already trash talking. But with all of that trash talk, 6-7 gets spammed on the map. And I'm just gonna alt tab for a bit until there's something for me to talk about. But a little bit of pause I don't mind if it's completely worthwhile.
So, this whole mess is all your fault?
Five-man smoke up once again from the side of Summer Bear.
30
Making
seconds
sure
to
to get that smoke going and immediately breaking it on Zip Zap. As Zip Zap gets poked a little bit for that, but he should be fine. Summer Bear, they have been looking terrifying this season, but it's not like Invision aren't gonna try everything in their power to win. And look at that beautiful rotation. The real Igris got caught while microing no less. Gets blown up tight on the fish. Fishy. Get the stack. That's 1 damage block at level 1. That is so incredibly huge of an advantage, even if he loses some mana. And he will grab it. 3 health, 2 attack range, 1 bonus damage. Isn't great. 1 bonus damage block. Isn't that great? Because trust me, it can really make a difference. But Invision, even getting this first blood is huge. Because they have a draft that's slightly inferior. That's very momentum based though. And you can see, DOTA win rate, I actually agree for 160-40 in terms of the base. You know, these two teams fighting each other in a vacuum. But with that first blood, the win rate immediately does a little jump, but DOTA realized, okay, it's just the first blood, and this laning stage is still going to slightly favor the side of Invision, but only until the level 6 on the mid lane, and only until Lone Druid is at the point where the real Lone Druid isn't gonna die as easily anymore, right? Because those are the two things that make the early game really rough for the side of Summer Bear. And I think Summer Bear know that and can deal with that. The light on the Keeper of the Light I wasn't expecting, but I did talk about how much synergy he has with the Largo, so they combo up that synergy to maximum effect.
killed.
As we got ourselves a pause once more, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I hope this isn't gonna be a like cursed amount of pauses throughout the series, because thus far I have really been enjoying it.
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit. Go at least is being called by Spirit, which is also kind of funny. That's the Spirit being told to Spirit. As Invision, let's see how much longer they can keep playing this mistake-free. Since a mistake-free laning phase and not getting picked up, not giving away galvanizers, not giving away farming time for the lone druid, it's basically the best thing you can do right now. You don't even need to die for kills if you risk return kills. Just keep lone druid from farming, just keep Storm from getting their galvanized, and then in the mid game, when there's the ultimates, when there's that big 5-man Ravage potentially coming out, when there's Rolling Thunders, which at level 6 hurt really badly, that's when the fight needs to happen. Now that the first blood has already been secured for Invision, and I think they know it, so I do still think Lone Druid is really strong, and I do still think the draft is gonna favor Summer Bears by a ton. Invision need to play this truly perfectly in order to win, but they are currently doing it perfectly. Not missing any last hits, not giving away any return kills or even D awards for nothing, or courier snipes. Lone Druid stumped and bullied a little, but he sets aside on the Tidehunter, where Clockwork doesn't quite get a good go on him. Nor at the Ringmaster, because they're both just barely out of a good cock range. And he's just going to be annoying with the cocks kind of knocking them in different directions. Well, Igris knows that they have to retreat, and I don't think it's going to result in any kill, but the bear is going to take a decent bit of harass, maybe potentially forcing an early resummon at least. Necklace, Kills of Delight, makes sure his Tusk can get away. Zip Zap, meanwhile, on the mid lane. Looks like he has been zip zapped even with a Ringmaster teleporting in. But now we're starting the worst case scenario, because this is Summer Bear getting their first stack of Galvanize up on the Stormspirit, and yes, he's gonna have to walk back to the base for that. But with the boots, it's gonna take a little bit less long, and Panda God has to make a lot of space for the Lone Druid, so the sooner he can start snowballing, the sooner he can start doing that, the sooner this game is actually gonna start becoming hard. Summer Bear, they're already favored, as you can see. The moment that Stormspirit gets a kill, that favor is actually gonna go from like 55 to 60. So you get an entire 5% extra to win the game just for getting your Stormspirit a Galvanize. And then, like, I think another 3 Galvanize will be another 10% win rate or something like that. And at some point it is gonna come down to the Lone Druid. But again, Lone Druid is also not messing up, not making mistakes for the time being. Making sure to keep rooting up this Tidehunter and harass him that way.
Stop me if you've heard this one.
A bit of a slow back and forth as Panda God able to go on to Asfried, and Asfried freed from the shackles of his existence, I guess. Summer Bear, I was about to say, make sure that Zip Zap get out of there, or else they are gonna eat him too. And I do love the name Summer Bear, because bears, they're more scary in summer than they are in winter, significantly so. Tide Hunter gets a very lucky perch there that will cost Clockwork his life and give Tide Hunter the fish. So Spirit gets tankier there and outlives the Lone Druid. But bears, they don't actually hibernate all that long. Bears are very much animals that prepare for winter and build a lot of fat reserves, but they go into a state called torpor, where they're really stupid, they're really chill, and will not be able to fight, and will, you know, just kind of hang out. Unless you attack them, or they're really fucking scared. But Storm Spirit, wait, I'll continue my rant in a second, but first he needs more galvanizes. Did you know the more electrically charged bears are, the deadlier they are as well? Haha ha. Oh, actually, Storm Spirit has the bear skin, like the old Warcraft 3, not Pandaren, the other one's the Horde people, Thunder Panda. You know the one I mean if you played Warcraft 3 or World of Warcraft. But I forgot the species name. Anywho, to finish my other rant, well, Tide Hunter, dangerously low health, needs to go and reset, but with his fish he's also scaling extremely well, making for an exciting late game if the game even goes that long. Torpor is a state where bears, like, they get very chill and they come outside, right? Like, the young are gonna chill at home and they're gonna wake up, they're gonna play, but usually on the inside, so no predators can get them, while the parents kind of go out to check for threats, and they'll usually be a lot chiller. Like, all the videos you see online of people messing around with brown bears, like black bears, they usually are kind of scared of humans, so that's a different story, but brown bears, all the videos you see of Russians messing with them and stuff, well, they're not grizzlies, they are very much ferocious, but in winter, when they're in torpor, they're a lot chiller. And that's when you can befriend them, and if you befriend a bear when he's chill in torpor, then that bear isn't gonna attack you in summer because he recognizes you. But in summer, bears are territorial, their young are out and playing about, so then those motherfuckers are gonna charge you. Also, if it's black, fight back, if it's brown, stay down, and if it's white, good night. The golden rules for bears. Because grizzlies and brown bears totally will eat humans if they see you as easy prey. Asfried, meanwhile, that's not a bear, but that's a walrus trying to kill a frog, and with a little bit of help from the penguin, Norma is still gonna be fine thanks to all those little frogs that were surrounding him, and the ultimate making him incredibly tanky. I'm gonna switch over to net worth though, where you can see that even though Storm Spirit is top of net worth, he has been having to farm in the jungle. And most of that gold was picked up in between hunting for kills and in between making space for Lone Druid. As-Class on the Shadow Fiend wants to set something up to make tempo. Because, yeah, once Lone Druid is online, this game is over. And you just have until then to deal with this incredibly strong, incredibly potent hard carry, who is just 800 gold away from his farming item now, and with that Maelstrom is gonna start farming up even faster. But Igris, he just missed not one but two last hits in a row on camera. Make sure we all report him.
Dire's structures are fortified.
As Panda God blows up Zip Zap with just one more strike, and down goes the Pangolier, while Ringmaster still running for his life and sets up a good two-man fear, though Asfried walks straight into the angry frog Bard, and Largo is playing a frog stump that Asfried is never gonna forget, as he will die to it. Summer Bear, they already got the advantage, and even though it's a slim advantage and Shadow Fiend can still recover, not having died a single time, they need to play for Protect 1 now on the side of Invision. Because if Invision can keep their Shadow Fiend safe and then get a few kills, like 1 or 2 on the Lone Druid while doing so, they definitely still stand a chance. But you have 2 conditions now to fulfill. A bunch of electroshocking back and forth. And Storm, once the target Zip Zap, will succeed in targeting Zip Zap. Zip Zap rooted up, a little bit more burst damage, and down he goes. Panda shot. Panda God, I mean, really happy with that one. Killing spree for him. As long as Asklas stays safe, everything is fine. But you can feel the pressure mounting. While Lone Druid just having a chill time in the jungle and making so much money with that Maelstrom already completed. Does miss one of his stacks. Man, whenever I go with my camera to check in on the Lone Druid, he messes up in some embarrassing way, like at least on a high level embarrassing because of it. But his Storm Spirit, no! That looked like the most beautiful teleport ever, but he is gonna pay his galvanizers. He had a ton of them, so I don't think it's that big of a deal, because you do keep like 1/3 of them, and he still has 2 permanent mana regen. Titan, they kind of said he didn't get the fishy there, cascading. Again, it is really going to become an issue, depending on how long this game goes. And you're up against the Lone Druid, who's basically 2 heroes in 1 in terms of the amount of inventory slots that he gets.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Top tier 1, pushed in with the bear, but only a little as well. Igris still chilling and hanging out for the most part.
Dire are scanning.
Two-man rotation towards the bottom lane where they want Asklas. Again, I told you guys, Asklas dying is the worst case scenario and the one thing that will actually once again put them significantly behind in the win rate. So that's exactly what Summer Bear are gonna facilitate. Not only that, they make it a double kill for Panda God. So now while Lone Druid has a single death, and it was an awkward death, but it should be enough to recover from. It's SF, who's a lot faster of a hero and who falls off a lot earlier. That needs to make sure that he can still flash farm up and that he can still somehow keep up with this just unstoppable bear that's already wading through the towers and getting Summer Bear more of this map under control. Storm Spirit with another ball lightning at the ready, gets a go on the Pangolier. Pangolier will be able to live thanks to the Rolling Thunder, saved by a beautiful Asklas play, and able to get Panda God as a little bit of a bonus kill. 2 for nothing, and exactly the kind of team fight that they were looking for on the side of Invision. Because Invision, if this Lone Druid comes online, this game is going to be over. But they are playing well aware of that as well. Now, if they could only kill Igris one more time, as Igris is already going to have his Mjolnir before the 15-minute mark, which means he's definitely hitting all of his timings like he should. And keep in mind, Lone Druid, when he hits all of his timings like he should, has like a 60-something% win rate. Which is, of course, because not every team has a dedicated Lone Druid player.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
As there is the Tide Hunter getting grabbed on by everybody. A beautiful ultimate comes out to defend himself though, and that is once again no fishy, but at least a return kill. Oh, like 0.1 or 0.2 seconds off from dropping a fishy, because Ravage does count as a debuff to generate you more of those delicious fishes. I'm still a big fan of the Tide Hunter Radiance, just because of the infinite free fish as well, but it's not going to be good enough against the Lone Druid. You need something that actually allows you to survive this Lone Druid, but just killing off the Keeper of the Light, I don't think that's too happy about that. Because after all, this Keeper of the Night, the reason why I'm not talking about him so much is that he's the position 4 and has a limited amount of impact, while Panda God is the one the show is all about, steals the Illusion Rune, gets Summer Bear up to a 2/3 to 1/3 win rate, and the next Titan to ultimate better lead to more kills, or else I can see this game slipping. Largo, Saint and Kaya, first item. So Norma 2 wants to go for a lot of early tempo because he has level 2 ultimate, which is kind of the point from which you can really start feeling like a core. Because before level 12, Largo always just feels like a support with a lot of health and armor, as that's gonna be Tusk killed off with a bunch of beautiful cocks. And Storm getting himself, once again, a Galvanize. 2.7 mana regen from Galvanizes, which allows him to be way more productive with the Soul Ring. Spam away with the Kaya. And as F going for the Manta style, I approve of, because he needs to keep himself alive first and foremost. Tidehunter. I wonder if this Blink Dagger is going to be good enough to make the comeback the big advantage happen, but with the Pangolier and the Rolling Thunder, in theory they do have enough resources to set something big up.
Illusion.
Dire are scanning.
Zip Zap, getting Zip Zapped by the Storm Spirit, but it's gonna be fine. It's kind of funny how the guy that's named after the Ball Lightning voice line is gonna get punished so hard by Ball Lightning every time he's out of position. But that time he did have his team with him, while Spirit makes sure to steal an Arcane Rune from them, and with that Arcane Rune, Jonu Pro is gonna get smacked and slashed with so many anchors. Gosh. Nice escape though to the bear with a hookshot while the bear teleports out. Jonu Pro just dead for that, but they make a lot of space for his Invision to go very deep, and Invision only get a support kill for that. As long as Lone Druid isn't caught here teleporting out, he is gonna be so happy. Not even the bear is dying a lot. That's the worst part for this Lone Druid. As I say that Igris is going to lose the bear, I think the first time. No.
Middle tower is under attack.
Or? Now they have 4 people. Come on, commit for the bear at least. Just because it makes Lone Druid farm ever such a little bit slower. Okay. 300 something gold, good cash flow for the SF at least. And that's going to be Zip Zap. Ran down with the Lone Druid and his bear. Storm Spirit there to try and help, but instead Tidehunter comes in, kills the real Lone Druid who does not have an Aghanim Scepter yet. And with that fishy generated, Tidehunter will be able to clean up the light as well, thanks to all the damage that his friend the Pangolier provides when somebody is gashed. Because keep in mind, Pango, all of his abilities are physical damage, so he does synergize really well with the Tidehunter, and I would not mind a Tidehunter Aghanim Scepter actually. Just to screw with Lone Druid some more. Keep his game as hard as possible. Because if Lone Druid comes online, a draft favorite wise as a whole, technically this should definitely be Summer Bears' game. But they can't afford too many mistakes like that. A ton of Galvanizes or no ton of Galvanizes. Every time they get cocky in such a fashion, they'll immediately be punished.
A little something extra for the effort.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
As
tower
freed.
is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Free Aghanim shard for him, and with that the gold lead will, for the first time in like 3 or 4 minutes, bounce back once more. Actually, more like 6 minutes at this point.
Under attack.
Lone Druid, though, not a care in the world, because he's just 100 gold away from the bear no longer dying. And once the bear starts no longer dying, it's gonna be a whole different game. I also love how the Lone Druid was only picked up after they knew it was the last pick, and after they knew that there would be no Slark to counter it. Because usually when you want to pick a Lone Druid, and one of the reasons why nobody realized that Lone Druid is too risky.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Top tier 1 popped like balloon. Task tries to keep himself alive, but the heals are not going to be enough to get the Walrus punch off, but at least return kill for the Titan, so 1 for 1 still. Plus a fishy. So technically a slight advantage for the side of Invision.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Igris, however, shows us that we're now at the most cancerous stage of the game, the Lone Druid Red Dota stage, where he's just gonna farm jungle camps with the real hero, keep the bear pushing out lanes and applying pressure, without ever risking his life too badly. And all of his team are also gonna farm up, which is why they have drafted a team with good late game scaling, and with some good, let's say, 40 and 50 minute potential.
Look at you all day.
Roshan getting torn through by the SF and SF. Still alive, so's the Tusk thanks to a really good escape act, but the SF ultimate has missed, and there is Norma looking for revenge with a Frog Stomp. A nice Wheel of Wonder is gonna save him though, at least until the Storm Spirit comes in, and with the hookshot it's not just the Storm Spirit, but Clockwork on top of Askless taken down. BKB still keeping Panda God in the fight. Panda God wants to get a jump, and will get the jump on the Ringmaster. Ringmaster almost blown to shreds. They're fighting this 4v5, by the way. Lone Druid is left to free farm as it is happening. No, technically they're fighting 4v4 now, because Pangolier had to defend the base, had to make sure this tier 3 tower isn't gonna get barred. 4k gold lead now for, once again, the Summer Bears, and more importantly, the Lone Druid hard carry bear. As Storm Spirit, one of the best Aegis carriers in all of Dota 2, will get that off for himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Igris just farming up with the real him. Not a care in the world. Shadowblade almost done. The bear is going to be plenty to join the fights, and he is going to keep the bear in the fights because he has the resummon available.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
More importantly, money is being printed. The gold lead now up to 6,000, and Tusk. Ooh, nice blink. Is it going to be nice enough to save his life, though? I don't know, because there's the Illuminate. Barely off the mark with Clockwork. He's just going to keep Tusk out of position long enough for Panda God to finish the job. Lone Druid halfway through the second tier 2 of the game. Storm Force, double damage. So Storm now also has an amplified damage rune, while the top tower is going to go down. And the double damage is immediately going to be translated into a kill over on bottom lane, where Pangolier gets baited by the Keeper of the Light long enough the moment that all of Keeper's mana was burned. But Storm Spirit so close and yet so far from getting that unicycle. He will catch up to Enclave, which is funny, because it's literally just a derpily misspelled version of the like Fallout 2 Fallout Enclave, and I'm pretty sure that's what it's referencing if I'm not confusing the player with somebody else. But we got ourselves a pause. Once again, the package class this game has been a lot worse than the previous one. Though, in this game number 1, I blame it all on the Lone Druid, and I do think the game's going to be a little bit stumpy, but at the very least they have put on a good show thus far, and I do think Invision can make 1 or 2 attempts at an okay comeback here. Lone Druid looking for the BKB timing next. Gotta keep that bear running at people, and for 3 minutes they can push the high ground. As out comes that smiley. I need that emoji. I really need the new Slark emoji, because I'm a Slark spammer. And I have not had time to do the Dota season. My best friend already finished the first chapter, and I'm genuinely pissed about it, like about him catching up so much to me. But once I'm done hitting the grind for this season, I got a lot of money to spend on some cool skins and stuff.
Radiant's middle tower is
Well,
under attack.
Igris, speaking of a lot of money, he's gonna make a lot of money by continuing to hit those towers and continuing to just casually free farm up with the real Lone Druid to make some money. With a Shadow Blade, the bear is gonna hit even harder.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Igris about to actually lose his bear this time around, and he will. Ascles, though, has been found farming in the Dire Top jungle, and with the initiation there, Storm Spirit wants to get the tusk. The rest of his team is keeping vision on the Tidehunter. Got baited into staying there for a gush, but Storm Spirit cannot catch up in time and will not waste the mana to try, knowing that the ball lightning is still too slow. But the bear, 100 seconds till the resummon is up for it. The real bear still farming up, and on top of the network by such a huge margin that from here I think the game is almost unwinnable. Because look at Storm Spirit, the real MVP of this game, killing off Enclave. Keeper of the Light blown up as well with a good bit of added damage coming in from Zip Zap. Nice hook shot on the Pango, keeping him in place, saving his Storm Spirit. 2 for nothing as the bear runs on through, and the summer bears. Do not mess with bears in summer, chat. Unless you previously befriended that bear during a state of torpor in winter, but no, just never go close to bears that you are not 1000% certain are gonna maul you to death. Including summer bears, because summer bear, they are definitely looking to make this a really good season for themselves in the EPL once again.
I've been wanting this. Stupendous.
Radiant are scanning.
SF so close to the BKB, 100 gold away, but Ascles he cannot afford to show outside of the base, and Storm Spirit will take his pound of flesh in the form of a Ringmaster. Now Tusk will get punished for that attempted save, as Asfried does not have any resources left to protect him or his SF.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
SF, man, if only he had the BKB, if only he had those last 70 gold to finish the BKB, maybe they could have held. I don't think it would have been enough for a comeback against Lone Druid anyways, just because Lone Druid is too strong. And this entire draft is already the perfect draft for a Lone Druid, But out comes a beautiful Tidehunter ultimate onto 3 heroes. Keeper of the Light needs to line up a really good Illuminate, but Clockwork made sure to keep his teammates safe for a while longer with really good cogs. Well, Tidehunter needs to protect himself, needs to be protected by the Pangolier. Igris is going to lose the bear though. Still, 1 bear is a drop on a hot plate, and that hot plate being a 20,000 gold lead that's only looking to grow right now.
Dire are
SF. He's got to farm that BKB and he's got to do it now though. This is technically already too late. That last fight on the high ground, it would have been exactly what he needed. Tidehunter over on the mid lane, gets catchy licked, starts taking damage to the cast. Storm Spirit though on top of him, but a nice save with the drinking buddies for now. Spirit activates the Kraken Shell to make sure that he's savable for his teammates. Tusk tries to roll out and an escape act immediately after trying to catch the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit though got his BKB on Igris, runs his bear under vision, has to run his bear out of the vision immediately after, but Tusk dies to the damage overtime from Panda God even though he had retreated. Still a kill, even if it cost them a lot of resources for the side of Summer Bear. Summer Bear, it's all about getting those clean up the high ground initiations. Zip Zap meanwhile saving up for a really expensive nullifier, which yeah is gonna be an absolute lifesaver against these proactive supports that throw themselves into the fray every time. But Igris, next teamfight, he too will have a BKB and will have a lot easier of a time not getting kited around and getting those hits in with the bear. Whereas SF, I know he too has the BKB up and running, but I'm not sure if the BKB alone is going to give him that much more tempo, unless the ultimates are really good. Because with a good Requiem always, with a good Requiem, SF wins every single fight ever. Lone Druid instantly resummons the bear, 2-minute cooldown once again, looking to go for the butterfly next. But I like that they're at least now starting to kill the bear really efficiently. Gotta deny Lone Druid at farming speed if he does mess up, because thus far Lone Druid has had 0 bear downtime. Yes, it's been getting killed a couple of times, but only ever the first time, never the resummon. Well, the resummon is on cooldown. Tormentor, a very nice snipe though, but they are gonna have to pay with their ranged Rex for it, as the bear just comes up the high ground, punches the Rex and goes back again. Storm Spirit, Zip Zap in, trying to catch Askless. Askless entirely fine against the Storm. Ooh, Roche RNG really does not like the sight of Summer Bear though. As Invision, they're gonna get themselves another chance to initiate. Will catch the Storm Spirit. Rolling Thunder is there. BKB is there. BKB is keeping the Storm alive for now. While Keeper of the Light locked out of position. A lot of his mana already burned. Pangolier does not give a hoot until he enters the cursed terrain, slowing him down significantly, leading to a death onto the Ringmaster. And with the Ringmaster, the first casualty of the fight, maybe they're able to turn this around. But nope. Because Ringmaster, he got all of his spells out there and actually hit them well. His team, though, had such a bad moment there with the Pangolier getting stuck in the Roche Pit that the tail end of that fight, it's still 100% going to favor the Radiant, as Panda God is going to be able to get out, solve up, get mana drafted up, chill on the high ground while getting Chakra Magic, and now has the damage and mana to obliterate everyone. Tidehunter completely destroyed. A nice snowball comes out on the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit put in place by Asfried. Asfried a little bit more damage and he will go down. Norma, double kill for him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Final lane of Raxus. It's gonna be the one over on the bottom lane in just a few seconds.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
As F is respawning though, I thought as much. They're not able to push this yet, but now Roche RNG isn't so unfavorable anymore because now it is up perfectly in time to be taken by Summer Bear to prepare for winter, to make sure that the torpor period of the year is gonna be survived well by the bear.
Dire are scanning.
31k gold lead and only one lane of Rex that's holding. This game, it's not gonna last that long, I'm afraid to say. Roche, tons and tons of damage. Croak of Genius, really good if you put it on these high damage heroes. And Cass, of course, really good for keeping everybody sustained while that Roche was going on. So during the next 5 minutes, the game is almost certainly gonna end. It will require a really big throw in order for Invision to somehow crawl their way back into this. But against the Lone Druid, it's only natural. I think the moment that Lone Druid came out, and they did not have a hard counter for it, which is the only way that you can ever win against Lone Druid, the game was just turned disastrous, and Lone Druid is going to punch the Tusk as Free goes down, and Cleave also down, Jonu Pro and Delight both taken in exchange, so both of the supports from the Dire are dead, but guess what, Jonu Pro no hesitation on the buyback when he may not even need it with how hard Panda God is going. He's chasing after Zips, that they will have the damage to kill him up, ultra kill, no rampage for the Storm Spirit as nobody has the buyback to give it to him even if they want it, and the Ancient guaranteed to be dead because the GG's already in chat. Yeah, I think the moment the Lone Druid came out, everybody had made their peace with this very result. And there's very little I can say other than Lone Druid feels really busted this patch. And I do like the Bear having the best late game scaling in the game, because it is supposed to be 2 heroes under the guise of 1, but they need to nerf its other aspects a little bit. Because look at that, 10 supporting, 10 pushing on the carry hero is insane. And he had a worse than average game with 2 deaths and 1 kill and 8 freaking assists. Igris, imagine what a good game for him would look like. This Lone Druid hero, he needs a nerf, and I think the nerf should be to his power curve. You need to shut down his snowball, not his late game. Like, make the Bear as strong as he usually is at level 15, level 20, right? By taking some talents that make him actually slightly stronger to compensate for the other talent. But you got what I mean, like, balance it around that. Balance it around carry Bear can still outscale anyone, but you need to really know what you're doing. Because the you need to really know what you're doing aspect is kind of missing, and that's once again not criticizing Igris here, but I'm trying to be nice and just kind of make the point that whoever has Lone Druid, whenever I've cast it, has won. And I don't think that's going to change. So I really hope nobody's tilted for game number 2, as we're going to have game number 2 of the final best of 3 underway, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying the show here at the European Pro League. And, of course, more Dota coming up. As it's only 2 best of 3s for today, but we're going to have more long days coming up soon enough. As at least the quality of the games has been pretty okay these last couple of days. See you all around. Hope you're enjoying the show.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team picked.
Puck!
10 seconds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again. Second
5 seconds
game
remaining.
of the day. Actually, I do think I need to fix my camera in a second. Not sure about that, but we got ourselves Summer Bear once again against Invision, as it is gonna be game number 2 of the final best of 3 for the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, those that are either waiting for the syntax one or just tuned in, the last best of 3 for today that it says will be played today on Liquipedia will not be played today. We will play that at a different time. Cause yeah, there's TI qualifiers going on and not all of the teams can make it, and obviously TI takes priority, so we are doing our best to work around that. As we got ourselves Undying Puck Largo, solid 5-man team fight, very solid 5-man combo. Invision though, they want 5-man against 5-man, so they go for a Phoenix as there's no good egg hitter yet. Largo will be picked up by Summer Bear, but the response is an Earth Spirit, which I definitely don't think is bad either, because Earth Spirit, well, he's a little bit more niche. Magnetizes, can completely disrupt the 5-man team fight, and you already know that 5-man team fighting is the strategy for Summer Bear here, as Summer Bear, they need some group stage points, man.
Radiant team back.
They can really use a few 2-0s to make it harder for all the other teams to ever catch up to them.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ban.
Shadow Fiend will be killed off, as will the Necro... or removed, as will the Necrophos. But I like that they learned their lesson, and Lone Druid did get banned in the second phase. Imagine if they would have first phased Lone Druid, right? Like, imagine if Summer Bear would have picked Lone Druid right as their first pick. It would have been so funny. But then they would have just had a Slark picked up against him, because Slark, he's actually really good this patch against those tankier heroes and melee carries. He's just also hard to enable to have a good game. So Terrorblade is gonna get banned out, and Invision.
Radiant
What are they
team
envisioning for this game? A Lifestealer. Okay, we're gonna be counting feast stacks. We're gonna see how long that health pool can grow, and how many extra stripes of health this Lifestealer can earn himself.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Summer Bear, 45 seconds. To come up with an Urza, so they're gonna answer the Phoenix, they're gonna answer the Lifestealer. Not bad, but Ringmaster and Earth Spirit are gonna be a pain in the ass, as well as the Centaur Warrunner Ultimates. Because, well, Urza, He usually has a pretty good time against Centaur. Retaliate isn't an issue. The stuns, they're kind of negligible, especially if you hit good Earth Shocks. But the one thing that you can't easily ignore is if Centaur presses R and now everybody on the map is faster than you, when you are the one that's supposed to be mauling them. So Summer Bear, they could definitely use a good start for the Urza lane here, just in order to make sure that carry comes online. Lifestealer, does he still build the Radiance build? Because I think you want as many stacks and as much damage as you can possibly get in terms of, you know, kicking the game off at 20 minutes, and then later on, like when you have to go back to farming at 30 minutes, that's when you really snowball your feast. But ladies and gentlemen, with that we are preparing to load on in, and I do think that the Tombstone synergy plus the Dream Coil plus the Urza can be terrifying, as long as they get through the laning stage. Also, Urza is an Owlbear. He has the golden Owlbear skin, which I think it's so cool that they can do that, because, well, Owlbear is very much copyrighted and trademarked, and I do not want to get sued in the same fashion that, you know, Blizzard sued Valve several times at this point, but apparently you're just not allowed to use it in, like, pen and paper stuff and fantasy universes. And it's kind of funny, because I'm not sure who it was, but either League of Legends or Blizzard, like one of the two people that sued Valve over Dota stuff. Wait, give me just a moment, gotta fix my camera, told you guys. Alright, everything's working. So yeah, either Blizzard or Riot, one of the two companies that sued Valve, ended in the conclusion that Dota can do whatever it wants as long as it's the first MOBA to do so. And it's actually kind of bullshit, because Blizzard and Riot are actively working together. Where if both of them do the same thing in a MOBA game, they're not gonna sue each other, but they'll both sue Valve the moment that Dota does something that Blizzard or Riot did first. And then Riot has compendiums, which is something that Valve invented.
30 seconds to battle.
Got the whole tier 1, 2, 3 thing copied from Dota. But hey, Gaben is nice, he doesn't sue people, and he still keeps winning, so I guess karma is real. As for this game, we're gonna see how real karma is, because honestly, last game around, I will say that Invision got bullied really hard, and they could definitely use a comeback. But this Urza pick? Well, Urza isn't the greatest hero this patch. He still looks terrifying, as long as he can get a good Battle Fury timing and kind of snowball that to a point where more than just attack speed and a good amount of chase is being offered by that bear. 3 of the runes will immediately go in favor, though, of Summer Bear once again, and Invision. They would love this first blood onto Delight. With the open wounds being skilled, it could be a huge kill. Delight, he's debating whether to suicide to the road, but decides against it, as he does not have extra resources, but we'll just eat a tango, and better that than the first blood. So even though Invision got great aggression, as a fellow Lifestealer player, let me tell you that Askless paid anywhere between like 8 and 20 life for skilling the feast second instead of first, and not getting a first blood for it. Because if you get the first blood for it, the XP and extra gold will give you your feast back, and you totally skill the open wounds if you're certain that you got the first blood. But if it gets purged off by Ketchilik immediately, then we are now in a situation where Largo skilled the skill he wants to skill before going into the lane anyways, and Lifestealer skilled the skill that he would very much like to save until level 2, so he gets more health points out of it, right? Norma, Ketchilik onto Asfried. Asfried healing up. One more hit and he would be going down, but Takis cannot find the angle, and Phoenix will be solving up. No first blood just yet. Thanks to the one time that we almost had one, not quite resulting in a kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Urza and Undying both getting bullied, but yeah, the kill potential is still kinda low until Centaur gets a few more levels. He's holding one skill point just to make sure that nobody's gonna die. Panda God hits them with the "you might wish to retract your last move," as he will easily dodge a remnant. Jonu Pro helps Urza set up onto Spirit, and that is gonna be Spirit killed off.
They sing the song of death.
Urza does a little dance, has a full stick and a fairy fire, so really he's hoping that somebody's dumb enough to go on him. But with the first blood already secured. This laning stage. They wish it was over already. Like Invision, they're not drafting this for the laning stage. They drafted for the mid game. They drafted for the team fights, which are also not looking that good. But if you end the laning stage early, if you give Urza a little bit less time to farm safely in the lane, that too will be very, very helpful, as Jonu Pro dodges the stomp, dodges the double edge, but not that impalement art. Beautifully lined up shot by the Ringmaster there.
Denied.
Largo. Oh, he had a lag issue there. If it says somebody reconnected to the game, then that is that person experienced like 20% package loss or more. But they will kill as freed and not get a pause. So Norma, even mid lag spike, he does manage to get the kill. And Centaur Warrunner, ooh, barely survives. His Ringmaster I'm not so sure about, as Uncleave. 2 more hits from the Earth are gonna do the trick. He's gonna get himself that attack speed and has 2 more seconds on the Earth. There it is. Could be worse. Could be worse. That's just the support going down. But 3-0 could not be worse. Because last game was a lone druid game. So there they had a good excuse. And Invision can just be like, GG, go call next and not be tilted. But this game number 2, they're all banking for the late game. Invision, they need to last 30 minutes in the ring. And then, if they last 30 minutes in the ring against Summer Bear, then they're gonna be able to shoot that bear down, you know? Then they're gonna be given a gun, and it's like, here, just put that poor animal out of its misery. But right now, they are in the ring with an angry bear, and that Summer Bear is only gonna get stronger without anyone stopping them. At least Lifesteal is also getting stronger. Got himself 20 feast, is kind of making up for having to go through that first level without having to skill the feast.
Dire are scanning.
Lifestealer. He's actually really enjoying his lane, but guess what? The off lane from Invision really isn't enjoying their lane, because that's going to be another kill claimed by Delight with that little rotation. Now he can immediately twin gate himself back over onto the top lane. Earth Spirit, we're gonna need to see one hell of a magnetize if your team is gonna turn this game around still. 7 minutes, and 7 minutes can decide so much about a game this patch. Because I think at this point the meta is really well understood, and all teams know really well how to punish mistakes because they've been watching a lot of TI qualifiers. They've been studying the picks a lot, and there's that package loss pause, as it was a matter of time ever since it said Largo was disconnected. The fact that it took this long at least means that these players seem to have really good internet service providers and aren't gonna disconnect that often. But yeah, a bit of a scary game. We can check the win rate real quick, which says 50-50, so the win rate still believes that a good Magnetize, a good Phoenix Egg, those little ultimates in the right place can make all the difference, Mr. Freeman. No reconnect yet. I hope it won't take too long, but I can do a little item checkup just so you see the current meta in action. Gauntlet, 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 bracer, bracer, bracer. Invision, they definitely have some thought behind building all of their heroes that tanky, but I'm gonna shut up till the pause is over. Zip Zap almost got his urn. And maybe that's gonna be the timing when they're gonna speed the game up a little bit, and maybe after all end up giving Summer Bear a run for their money.
My hero.
Well, still past more appropriate voice lines as Asclus says, all alone with my rage. Well, Urza is looking at an amazing Battle Fury timing thanks to 3 assists, 0 kills, but free farm the entire laning stage.
I am unfamiliar with this feeling. Is it joy?
Just remember, guys, let's have fun out there. Just remember, guys, let's have fun out there.
Interesting.
Puck still hitting us with voice lines, saying the game is interesting, but not building any interesting out of the ordinary items here. I mean, he mostly needs to be aware of the Magnetize, but enough complaining always works. There's the reconnect. Panda immediately gives the go, and go comes out as the unpause is there. Jonu Pro looking to get himself the mana boots. Almost finished. And a rotation over to the mid lane to try and get there a little bit earlier if he can land a good engagement on somebody, I guess. 2k lead. Already developed for the draft. That's only really gonna speed up its farm once the Battle Fury on Urza comes out. Spirit on the Centaur does not get to have that much fun either. Jonu Pro gets the tombstone down while being bullied, but that will be a kill on him. That will be a kill on the tombstone. So while getting kills and shutting down the Urza isn't on the agenda for today, you can at least prevent ganks from other heroes. You can at least make sure that the farming is gonna continue until morale improves. Gliss, let's see how this this Radiance time is gonna turn out for him. Because Battle Fury is gonna be so much faster and online so much earlier than his Radiance, so he needs to get the Radiance at least early enough to kind of out-farm the Urza at a given point before Radiance also kind of starts falling off. Puck manages to blink away from the Magnetize. Great use of the ultimate from Earth Spirit, but he didn't get one more Remnant on him. Also, the Infused Raindrop really helps save Puck's life, as Panda God may have acted up a little bit too much with that bait, as the Impalement Arts will hit him, but there is a Dream Coil, there is a lot of long range damage from the Puck, and mines from the techies as they want Zip Zap, but Zip Zap with the Centaur ultimate catches up to Puck, punches Puck in the face, says this is what you get for your arrogance, as they clean up Delight and almost even out the kill. Not bad, not bad, that's the kind of thing I like to see from Invision. A poor defense. I mean, Urza's still having a free game, so I guess at least Igris is really happy with the way this game is going and with the timing that he's gonna get on that Battle Fury of his. Because he's just like 1,100 gold away now. But his team is kind of dying for that and undying. Try to get Spirit, but a second support teleports in, and a second support has hit the tower dive. Gliss, though, dies for that over on the top lane. Not having a support with him means a definitive death sentence if you don't have rage to ignore the blast off with. So the gold lead is gonna resume, and the gold lead is almost gonna escalate even, because that is Urza with 900 gold away from his Battle Fury. This will be like 12 minutes Battle Fury, maybe even before. Exactly what you want to see from Igris. Maybe 13-minute Battle Fury, but that's the very latest he's gonna get. And that's definitively still a good time. Maybe not a perfect time, we're gonna see. We're gonna see, but right now it's looking like an almost perfect Battle Fury time, because he's being given all of this creep waves. Undying is there to execute him, to escort him and execute his enemies with the Tombstone plus Soul Rip combo. And Urza, he really loves fighting under the Tombstone, because it's a hero that's prone to being kited, and once somebody is low health enough, then the zombies are gonna slow them pretty significantly. 400 gold away from the Battle Fury, and Lifestealer checking in. Oh, okay. He changes his plans. He wants to go even more for the late game by switching from a straight up Radiance into a Hand of Midas before the Radiance. He needs to make sure to actually farm even more after that Midas then, so that the Midas pays for itself instead of just making you fall behind. But Lifestealer being hyper aggressive here. Make sure the Tombstone goes down. But then decides, okay, you know what? I may want to aggress, I may want to zone people out, but I am not going to pick an even fight with this Largo. I am not going to take too many risks against him. Ringmaster. Manages to get the right click on the rune in time, but Panda God is still gonna finish him off from long range. And this is looking like a 2-0 stump of a series if I've ever seen one. Even though I hate that, I really want third games, because I think they offer so much more hype to tournaments like EPL. But Urza, he had his Battle Fury at the 12-minute, like almost before the 13-minute mark. By, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds. So I think he's happy with that. I think Igris, his position on top of the net worth is only going to escalate, is only going to make this Fuzzy Wuzzy look stronger until he has been killed several times and all of that return gold has been taken by force. Askless, not even his Midas is going to get done by the time Urza is already going to free farm with the Battle Fury. Well, mid lane, Janu Pro has gone on, but with a Soul Rip keeps himself alive while the Puck takes the kill instead onto Earth Spirit. And Urza, he's just trash talking. He just wants to tilt people, says a poor defense while he's free farming the jungle, reminding everyone that, hey guys, if you don't kill me, we're gonna have this one anyways. No matter how good of a game the lifesteal is gonna have.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 1. Takes a while to kill, but Panda God, he's a patient little fairy dragon.
Has fallen.
Don't mind me, he says, and gets on out of there like it's nothing. To just escape from the wrath of the enemy team. As feed gets good harass on the Norma Largo, but Largo dun 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 runs himself out of there.
Dire are scanning.
Back to farming the Largo goes, but he does have okay, I wouldn't say great, but okay, considering that he gave all of his farm to the Urza once given the chance. Farm as far as the Sage and Kaya timing goes. And Puck, meanwhile, he's the one that's behind as far as the Radiant cores go, but behind still means more fat than the Lifesteal, more fat than the Earth Spirit. Techies, though, accidentally runs into 3, which were trying to get vision because they know that a road contestation is not out of the question at 15 minutes with this Urza. And want to get wards up around the pit. Urza about to get his Blink Dagger, which is gonna make the game so much easier for Igris.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top is going to get pushed in. Norma will be act, and with that Phoenix Egg going off right in his face, he is gonna be a dead frog walking. As Enclave takes the kill. Askless, though, as long as he doesn't die to the Puck, now he's the real winner there, because he's the one that's so far behind that every bit of assist gold, every bit of assist XP is going to help him catch up significantly. Whereas Urza, looking fat and he's hungry for a kill, will kill off Zip Zap so fast. Enclave, he's just sitting there like, oh no, what do I do? After having just looked so terrifying in that last fight with the Impalement arts. But he does manage to walk out, thankfully. As the focus is instead set on the tower. And as Freed will get ran down by the Puck, who's gonna get that free kill, though it's a lot better that Puck gets the Phoenix instead of the Lifestealer. But the game is just gonna escalate out of control, with Summer Bear getting themselves another kill on bottom lane, where Enclave walked under the tombstone, and the tier 1 is gonna die.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, another 10 minutes of this and it's gonna be GG. The win rate is inclined to agree with me there. Though Urza, again, he is so rich that if you kill him once or twice, the gold that you get from those kills alone is gonna be massive. And it's gonna help you come back into this game quite significantly.
A prize.
That is gonna be Encleave. Ran down Norma, not quite having anything to finish the job. Spirit manages to get away from the Urza as well. And Urza, the golden angry owl bear, makes sure he continues on farming up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As Roshan with Urza and the tombstone, it's gonna be taken so quickly and there's no contestation possible.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant and Urza, he's immediately gonna say "Ree" about it. As nobody will be found for that overpowered to go off in their faces. Igris already looking for a really early BKB for himself here. His puck also catching up to the rest of these incredibly rich cores. Invision, they need to get back control of the game, but instead Zip Zap gets caught once again. There is a nice centaur ultimate, so at least Urza is going to be kited around, but can they kite him enough? Maybe, at least for him to lose that Aegis. Now Undying comes in, wants to get Earthspirit, but Earthspirit already unhittable thanks to the Soul Rip. It will be enough for Encleave to die from the Parasma though, and the Phoenix Egg gets popped. With the Phoenix Egg popping, Centaur gets popped. Centaur, yeah, nah, he got a really good Heart of Tarask timing. People rushing that at like 10 to 15 minutes, truly insane to me this patch. But Urza, he doesn't care for Heart of Tarask. He's like Slark, where the longer you hit a tanky hero, both of those heroes are just gonna keep you hitting you harder and harder. And the late game win condition, this lifesteal, he's gonna look at like a 22 to 25 minute radiance. And Midas or not, this is gonna be devastating. Askless, I'm sure if he had known how rough this game was gonna be and how good Urza was going to go in the lane, then Lifestealer would have built a different order. He would have probably just gone Brown Boots, Midas, upgraded his other stuff then. So that usually gives you the Radiance like 3 or 4 minutes early if you're playing super defensive like he is now. But he wasn't planning to like play defensive. The Midas was specifically there so he didn't lose tempo. And he's not losing tempo, but his team is still losing the game. Centaur attacked and popped by the Urza.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As that's gonna be Encleave taken down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Puck gets the go on the Earth Spirit. 12k gold lead. Now we're at the point where Puck can solo carry the engagements. And Urza, well, he's still prone to being kited. He has a massive BKB to reveal, so he's just gonna fearlessly walk into the triangle. And that is gonna be the worst possible scenario. 2-man jump. Double kill for Urza. Triple kill for Panda God. Encleave, he is so underleveled. He responds immediately, but what can he do when Puck is level 17? Almost 10 levels higher than this Ringmaster already, and the push is gonna start mounting up on all the lanes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Quite a decisive 2-0 coming in.
A prize.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Earthspirit manages to get himself away. Largo also avoided while Earthspirit rolls. Now that they're near their base, at least the fights are looking a lot more manageable for Invision, but Invision, they're gonna need to fend them off for so long until Lifestealer can finally start playing the game, because Lifestealer, he really wants to finish that Radiance at 24 minutes in the game, but he can't even get to the secret shop anymore without risking his life to do so. Has to go all the way to the enemy secret shop, and that is a Radiance at 24 minutes in the game. Let's see what the win rate says though. Because there should be, yeah, like 10-15% chance of a comeback. Game and Graph, it's actually pretty accurate this patch, I will say. It overvalues certain heroes, and sometimes it thinks the here and now is a bit more extreme than it is before. You know, it can kind of see, hey, was this teamfight actually worth all of those resources? But Earthspirit gets popped once again, and the worst resources are the wasted ones where you don't even get to press the button. Panda God killed Lifestealer off in the top jungle, but they are looking for more. They want as freed, and as freed, nope, he is free as a bird. He's gotta fly away. But Puck flies right after him, kills him off anyways, and that is gonna be the second death in Panda God's near perfect game here for diving the tier 4s, but I don't think he minds, because the rest of his team is still being aggressive with that space that he just created, taking the last tier 2 tower over in the top lane, and then getting ready to go high ground. Spirit. Kills off Jonu Pro. But there's no follow-ups, there's no good initiations, because again, they may be able to force a fight, and they do have the initiation tools, but if you initiate a fight and you don't have a carry yet, that's still not going to be good enough, because Radiance damage is definitely not going to win a team fight at almost 30 minutes. When you know the enemy has like 13 kills lead on you, and a Tormentor now to make things even worse, because Summer Bear. Look at how much fun they're having. Dun, 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 dun. They started off the series by talking trash to each other in chat and drawing on the map and then getting mad at the guy that draws 6-7. Based as hell and really good team comms. Oh, wait, Largo. We may see a nice initiation on him. He is going to be able to heal up a lot with the BKB Frog Stomp to try and keep Jonu Pro alive. And, well, Jonu Pro is going to go down and does not have the instant respawn, so his Tombstone is going to die as well. Puck, though, wants a cleanup, gets one cleanup kill, may get a second cleanup kill as Phoenix, nope, able to put out that egg to buy a little bit more time, but Puck finishes the egg, about to finish the Lifestealer. Told you guys, Puck can basically solo carry fights at this point. And that's what he's doing, so that Urza can focus on the tanky targets, can just kind of chase one person away from the team fights, while Puck hunts everybody else down one by one, once they have nobody left to protect them. Earthspirit retreats into the base, and two lanes are now once again gonna be pushed out. Roshan isn't up yet. But I don't think they need a Roche at this rate. Urza last pick, definitely good enough to close out the deal if your Lifestealer doesn't have excellent Midas and excellent Radiance timing. Norma just kills off Zip Zap instead, as Zip Zap desperately trying to defend, but he can't even get his stun off if he rolls in because he dies so quickly. Tier 3 tower clawed through by the Urza. Swipe, swipe, swipe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they are gonna check if Roche is up, I think, but I know it won't be for another minute, so
Scanning.
Maybe wasting enough time and accidentally getting initiated on really badly will be enough to produce a comeback here. But Amiga, nah. They know of the risks, and they will hunt on all 3 of the lanes until they find somebody to bully back into the base. Lifestealer not farming like this, and with the Roshan not up yet, they're still not too fearful and trying to hunt. Phoenix blown up. And Cleave also popped. Zip Zap. Also gets destroyed by Jonu Pro.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
30 minutes into the game, the Rexes are gonna start falling, and once they start falling, they never stop falling.
Dire's bottom barracks is fortified.
Urza halfway through the Medirex that he wants and being protected by a Pavis, because they know that he's the most likely initiation target. Urza locked down for a long while, but he did get the Enrage up, so he can just retreat. The first Phoenix act that they actually got a run from this game, if I'm not mistaken. Largo is gonna heal everybody up though, and that is the free reset that Summer Bear have been looking for. The bear is gonna take a little nap in the hot summer sun and feel entirely reinvigorated with the calming music of the frog. Dun 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 dun. Big Riz owns off Zip Zap just to finish as once more a poor defense. I don't even think he's trash talking. I think he's literally just pointing out how free this Urza game has been. Because they have 0 freaking Urza answers. And Roshan, it's gonna die faster than ever. Because look at that Urza attack speed and damage with the MKB already done. He's gonna swap out his BKB to get the Aegis. Make sure everybody else gets the resources they need. We may get one final entertaining team fight out of this game, but the principle of the matter is gonna stay the same, and that is GG's. Well played. Just a matter of time until it appears in chat and pops up. With the tower that Largo was trying to work on the mid lane with the catapults, but he even manages to chase the Lifestealer away more or less on his own, because if the Puck comes for the Lifestealer would be dead, but Puck instead came for the Phoenix, forces the buyback, and Centaur says, come on guys, now or never, it's probably lost anyways, let's go in. And once again the Ringmaster ultimate is perfect, but Urza is there to keep Delight alive a little bit longer. Delight finally dies, but that's just Delight for your Lifestealer and your Earth Spirit once again, who have been playing excellently, but will go down. Phoenix gets a nice ultimate, but without damage being there anymore, it's not gonna be enough. GG in chat, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, I will have to say, as much as it pains me, Summer Bear are straight up better than Invision, as their drafts have been better. Their team coordination has been slightly better, and even the back and forth, the coordination has been real excellent when it comes to the fights that they have lost and immediately regrouped, immediately recovered. As we are gonna be done for the day, apologies for those that expect a third series, but that one had to be rescheduled, because a bunch of other tournaments are going late. And the players do get a free reschedule, so if they don't feel up like playing after a really long day or delaying us and then getting like draft time penalty, probably for the better. So this is gonna end it at Summer Bear. We'll 2-0 this, but Ascles, I actually like this Lifestealer. Like, Lifestealer and Ringmaster are the two heroes I really like in combination, and I think maybe they can come up with some other better drafts around those two. simply because of how clean that part of the draft looked. But that was really the only part of the draft that did anything. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're gonna be done for the day. I thank y'all so much for watching. I will see you again another time. Make sure you tune back again tomorrow, as the lovely base defender is gonna be entertaining you with hours upon hours of Dota 2 action. And I'm gonna take a chill weekend, relax a little bit, watch my colleagues do their work, as I'm really grateful. Shoutouts to Based and Dudai for helping me schedule everything. And yeah, I'll see you guys around. Thanks to everyone in chat as well. Hope you enjoyed the show and I could live up to your expectations. Apologies, the last game was a bit of a stump, but it's EPL. You never know what happens, and I was a clear favorite, so it was kinda obvious. Anywho, I'll see you around. Peace. Thanks for watching.